Legend. Hello, everybody. Let's see what I'm getting ourselves into. Other than Companions of Xanth.
Are you sure, Demon Xanth, that you have the metal for this wager? Yes, Demon Earth. My will is made of iron. Save your foolish puns for the mundanes, Demon. Are we agreed on the terms? Yes. We shall bring 2 mundanes into Xanth to compete for the prize. If your mundane wins, then I will yield to you in this matter. If my mundane attains the prize, however, then I will claim victory and you must pay the price.
Are the companions ready?
They have their instructions. Grundy Golem will advise the mundanes that they must choose a native of Xanth to assist them in their quest for the prize.
Tell me about the mundanes.
Yeah, please do.
One is a boy named Dug. The other, a girl called Kim. Each will be lured into Xanth on a different pretext. Once they have arrived, the contest will begin.
Enough talking then. Let the game begin.
Yes, this is an adventure game, yeah. Based on apparently a book. Yeah, based on the book Demons Don't Dream by Piers Anthony. Right there. Apparently this is a very punny game. So, it can be expected to be funny while being punny. It's one of the reasons that I'm very interested about this game. I've heard a little about it. I know that some other streamers, especially DOS streamers, had played this. I really haven't heard any hate on this. And even Moby Games that has 7.2 of an average score for this, so this is a good game, apparently. Hopefully not gonna be too difficult or anything. But at least I hope not. I've heard that this game has deaths, but they're easy to just rewind and retry again. So it shouldn't be too difficult. I like it that it's Demon Earth and Demon Xanth. It's a lot of acting talent in this. I was watching it too, Bennigan. Oh. You're sitting at your desk, watching the gathering storm through your window. It's a slightly mangled envelope addressed to you from your girlfriend. Scribbled on the front you read, Return to P. Frank, 129 South 15th Street, Calais, Vancouver? No, Virginia. 38200. Also, apparently, what I read from is that this is Legend's first, like, full-on point-and-click game. Before this, they had the parser system, like in Sierra games. But this is where they went for just point-and-click. And apparently it worked. Now to mention, there are other games from Legend that I intend to play. Apparently, it's the same company behind Deathgate and Callahan's Saloon game. Callahan's Cross Time Saloon. So, they've apparently made really good adventure games. Can't wait to play Callahan's, especially. I've seen Kilgore play it at least twice. And it seems so interesting. Also, the other games that they made before this there was the spellcasting games. Then they made also after this was the Super League of Hoboken. What others were there? The Wheel of Time, based on the books. At least from what I've seen, Lord John, yes, we're in for a fun ride. The game is filled with puns and visual gags. Some knowledge of the Xanth universe is helpful for those players who haven't read any of the novels. An in-game compendium of Xanth is provided to the player for the majority of the game. Cool. Don't spoil too much, Panakin. At least that's helpful, that one, but just be careful. Deliver to Doug Smith, 394 Northampton Boulevard, Calais, Vancouver, Virginia. Can we open it? You don't have the envelope. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll take it then. Carefully open the envelope and a letter and a bracelet fall into your hands. The cheap silver bracelet is engraved I Heart P. Should have thought about that. I love P. Doug, my parents have grounded me indefinitely for staying out so late with you last night. You really could have kept better track of time. It's not like we did anything to make it worth the punishment, is it? In case you haven't figured it out yet, I'm breaking up with you. See you around, Pia. Oh. 5 points. Apparently. You watch the raging storm through the window and soon lose interest. There are a bunch of pencils and pens. You're proud of your massive collection. It's a pencil holder with a bunch of pens and pencils in it. Ed, Pia, and Wither. The bookshelf contains your treasured collection of motorcycle magazines and a few classics of fantasy literature. Anything by Piers Anthony? The brand new personal computer sits atop of your desk. Below the white color display are a CD-ROM drive and a power switch. The computer is currently turned off and there's nothing within the closed CD-ROM drive. The disk drive is a narrow slot in the surface of a personal computer. The drive is open and empty. You hear the quiet ringing of the phone from the kitchen. It's too dark to make out much in this room. You hear the quiet ringing of the phone from the kitchen. Put open, close. Ah. Cleaning agent, huh?
Hey Doug, it's Ed. How's it going?
Who are you? And what do you want? What did you say your name was again? I'm not interested. Good luck and have a nice day. I am expecting a very important call, so I need to get off the phone. Hi, Edsel. Things are going pretty well. What's up? Who are you? What do you want?
I can tell you're not in a very good mood today, pal. Maybe I shouldn't have called.
Yeah, right. I'm sorry. What's your mind, Ed?
I've been fooling around with this new computer game. I know how much you hate them, and I was thinking of making you a bet about this one.
How can somebody hate computer games? What kind of a bet did you have in mind, Ed?
This computer game is different, Doug. I'm willing to bet that once you start playing it, you'll really enjoy it.
It's not gonna be Minecraft, is it? What's this game about, anyway?
It's hard to explain, but you become an adventurer in a magical world called Xanth, and you're accompanied by cool people from there.
Breaking the fourth wall already. Actually, XCOM. Gimme. Gimme. So what's the catch? What if I don't like this silly game?
Here's the deal. If you like this game, you'll let me go out on a date with your girlfriend, Pia. If you don't like it, you can have my motorcycle. What do you think?
How is the first one a win for me? Because if I like the game, that would mean that I win. But apparently in your case, is that it's that I lose. What if Pia doesn't want to go out on a date with you?
That's a technicality we'll deal with at the appropriate time. Pay it no mind.
Okay, I accept the dare. I already feel your bike within my grasp.
Smart boy, Doug. I'll send the package to you by courier as soon as I hang up. Bye.
You replace the handset on the telephone and await delivery of the package from Edsel. 15 points. The hand towel has seen so much use that it is filthier than anything in this room. You don't know where it has been. It's an ordinary tea bag. It smells surprisingly like a tea bag. Can we teabag the tea bag? You snap up the tea bag from the kitchen table. How many times can a man say tea bag? Tea bag. The kitchen sink is empty. Somebody's cleaned, rinsed, and stacked all the dishes for drying. A noisy refrigerator is securely shut, protecting its perishable contents. Beside it are spotless cabinets and a shining sink from which the smell of disinfectant wafts toward you. A nondescript table and a chair complete the mundane kitchen scene. We used to have chairs like these. I remember we bent one. I bent it. You open the ice box and discover some mustard, a sandwich, and a heart-shaped box. Excuse me. Oh, it's a chocolate box. Never mind. This wasn't a Nirvana song. It's a heart-shaped chocolate box you no longer have any use for. I can't take it. Let it rot. P.S. not worth the time or effort. You hear the doorbell in the foyer sound. You open the door and immediately feel the force of the storm building outside. It's a package addressed to you from your friend Edsel. It's wrapped in brown paper. Taking more of your strength than you guessed, you forced the front door closed. Must be quite the storm. The painting depicts a composer at work at the piano. Could it be Richard Wagner? I don't know, let's go to Germany and find out. Ask Gabriel Knight. He might know. No, actually not to Gabriel. We should talk to Grace. Grace Nakamura. She'll know about Wagner enough. Maybe we'll find a lost opera. Or maybe I'm in the wrong game right now. The potted plant smells like soil. Despite the poor lighting conditions, this huge plant seems to be thriving. The freshly cut flowers sit in a bowl upon a small wooden table. They smell nice, like flowers. If you took these flowers, your mother would know it was you that stole them. It's a risk you don't want to take. Well, it may be, you know, it is his parents' house, so the parents got that painting and he never cared to find out who it is. Maybe that's the reason, Bennigan. So all he can do is wonder because he don't care, really. And yeah, it said that there's a CD drive. Where's the CD drive? That is a disk drive. Oh, it's underneath it. Disk, CD. I don't see how they're the same size. The CD-ROM drive is a flat plate flush with the surface of a personal computer. The drive is closed and empty. And also the wrong size. CDs are bigger than discs, I believe. You find a game box entitled Companions of Xanth. It's a colorful game package that is closed and sealed with plastic. It is entitled Companions of Xanth. I think it has even the cover art for the game itself. Same base size. Alright. I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen anything like this, so of course I've forgotten the sizes. And you know me, I'm not a tech nerd. You find a game manual, a CD-ROM, a warranty card, a red book, and a pair of 3D glasses. It's the instruction manual for the game, along with a bunch of generally useful stuff, say number, for free customer and technical support. Cool. It's the most important thing in your game package. If you don't send it in, you'll never get all the wonderful support available from the King Company. I wonder why I never sent them. CD-ROM is a shiny disc with funny colors on it. It's currently inside the game box. It's a crumbled ball of plastic wrap. It's kind of shiny. You open the weighty Compendium of Xanth. About what subject area do you wish to inquire? Right, plants, creatures, magical things, famous people, and places. A lot to read, huh? Air, earth, fire, water, the void of more places. Whew, boy. Holy crap. That is a lot to read. The way cool trademark green and red tinted glasses are definitely the most interesting item in the game box. Oh, this is so 90s. It's funny that in the game there is a storm and I'm smelling rain. Might be raining outside. Thanks for the atmosphere there, nature. By the way, how did the CD-ROM drive open when the computer is not on? Shh, okay. Sorry. Also, where's the mouse? There's no mouse. I guess it's off screen then. A small male figure. A strange male figure studies you expectantly. Grundy Golem is a tiny human-shaped creature approximately 2 inches tall. He's wearing moccasins, tights, a leather tunic with a cloth belt, and a tasteful purple cape. Once made from bits of string, clay, and wood, began turning into an elf when he started to care. He was finally brought into living reality by the demon Xanth when he fulfilled a difficult challenge. Grundy's talent is to understand the language of all living things. Rude and tactless, Grundy gets in more than his share of trouble. Now we know more about the guy. It's not Peter Pan, it's Peter Sass.
Hi, I'm Grundy Golem. Welcome to the game. It's my job to answer any questions you may have about Xanth, the game, or your potential companions.
What's a golem?
A golem is an animated ball of cloth and twine a few inches tall, okay? Satisfied?
Told you he's, Sass. And besides, a golem is anything, a construction of anything. But it is a constructed being. Not just cloth and twine. You're out of cloth and twine. How about my sass? What shoe size do you wear?
I can tell you're really not in the proper state of mind to appreciate the wonders of Xanth. Come back later if you really want to play the game.
He don't like my sass. You touch the computer screen and put a fingerprint on it. You poke Grundy's tummy with your index finger. He doubles over in laughter and keeps giggling for some time.
Hi, I'm Grundy.
Yeah. Why do you keep capitalizing game and companion?
Because they're so very important to us and to yourself, if you decide to play this game.
Do they call you the game and you're about to play it? No wait, you're not buff enough for it. Why should I want to play some dumb game anyway?
Most people would find this game enjoyable because you get to explore a magical world filled with interesting people, places, and things. Are you at all interested in pursuing this game, Doug?
How'd you know my name is Doug?
Magic, Doug. You'll find things aren't exactly as you'd expect in Xanth. I'm standing on the periphery of Xanth to talk to you right now. So will you play?
No, this doesn't sound at all fun. I'd rather work on a jigsaw puzzle. Hey, jigsaw puzzles are fun. I actually have a jigsaw puzzle right there that is 2,000 pieces. Yes, tell me about the game.
Can I tell you anything else about the game rules, the world of Xanth, or your potential companions?
Tell me about the rules of this game.
You'll pick one of 4 companions from the land of Xanth to guide you through its hazards. Each one will try their hardest to assist you in your quest for a prize. Little is known about the prize, but once you've acquired it, you've won the game. Do you understand the rules so far?
Yes, I fully understand what you've told me.
Would you like to learn more about the game rules?
Yes, tell me more about this intriguing game.
There will be another mundane player like yourself on a similar quest within Xanth. She will also be struggling to acquire the prize and will also be accompanied by a companion. You may save at any time, but if you perish within the world of Xanth, you must begin the game again.
Thanks for all the useful info about the game, Mr. Golem.
You can just call me Grundy if you prefer.
Thanks, Grundy.
Can I tell you anything else about the game rules, the world of Xanth, or your potential companions?
Tell me about this strange world called Xanth.
Xanth is a magical world distinct from the world you live in. We call your world Mundania, and few are allowed to cross between it and Xanth. Most creatures residing in Xanth possess a single magic talent that they can exercise at will. Some talents are relatively insignificant, while others are devastatingly powerful. Is this all making sense?
I prefer that you call me mostly harmless, not mundane. I guess so. Magical talents. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
But there are other important things you must know about Xanth to win the game, Doug. Would you like to learn about them?
Yes, I better bone up on this Xanth stuff. Tell me more.
A demonic presence is responsible for the nature of Xanth. Nearly all things in Xanth are magical in some way, and most things have names you would regard as puns. Take these punish names seriously, Doug, for they will be crucial in the success of your quest for the prize.
Wow, that's cool. Thanks for the info, Grund.
Can I tell you anything else about the game rules, the world of Xanth, or your potential companions?
Tell me about these people you keep calling companions.
You will select one of 4 companions on the following screen. Each of these companions is a native of Xanth with a unique talent or power. Carefully evaluate the usefulness of their various skills, as they will be crucial to you in reaching your quest. Do you understand?
I guess. Tell me about each of the companions.
The 4 prospective companions for your sojourn through Xanth are Jenny Elf and her cat Sammy, Che Centaur, Nada Naga, and the demoness Mitria.
Tell me about Jenny Elf and Sammy Cat.
Jenny Elf and Sammy Cat are a team and inseparable. Jenny has the unusual talent of being able to sing a song and see into people's dreams who are in her vicinity. Sammy possesses the talent of finding the quickest path to an objective, be it geographic or conceptual. He belongs to Jenny and pays more attention to her than anyone else.
Tell me about Che Centaur.
Che Centaur is a young Xanthian centaur. Centaurs, as you will see, have the head of a human and the body of a horse.
Well, not
This
just the
gives them
head.
great speed and strength coupled with exacting intelligence. While many centaurs do not possess magical talents, Che does. He can make objects lighter, making them easier to move or carry. He is an unusual winged centaur and can almost fly.
So he's a Pegasus. Tell me about Nada Naga.
Nada Naga is a princess of Naga origin. Nagas are creatures with the head of a human and the body of a serpent. This particular princess possesses the talent of transforming herself from her natural Naga form into a completely human form, as you will see her depicted in the following screen. Although she has been inducted into the adult conspiracy, she will behave as if she has not for the duration of the game.
Uh-huh. Tell me about... what's the adult conspiracy?
Ask Nada about that. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to discuss that topic with you.
Tell me about Demoness Mitria.
Demoness Mitria is a female demon. Demons are unique creatures in Xanth, neither living or dead. She possesses a mastery of magic exceeding your other prospective companions, but she can also be quite dangerous. She derives much pleasure from pranks and magical mischief, and has a reputation as a seductress. Although she is vowed to serve you well in the game, beware her cunning ways.
What does she look like exactly? Is there any specifics? Just asking, you know. I appreciate all the help, little man.
Who are you calling a little man, you insignificant mundane?
You, because you're 2 inches tall. But you're only 2 inches tall. Gee, I'm sorry, Grundy. It won't happen again.
Can I tell you anything else?
Hey, what happened to all my stuff?
Certain of your items can't make the transition between your world and ours. Have no fear. They'll be there when you return.
Oh no, I cannot take my breakup letter with me or my tea bag. But can I take stuff I find here back home?
I'm afraid not, Doug. The barrier works in both directions.
What do you think this big red book is for?
The book is called the Compendium and will be an invaluable reference during your travels throughout Xanth. The compendium is a veritable tome of wisdom concerning all things about Xanth. Read it and learn all about our beautiful world.
What am I supposed to do with these 3D glasses?
Beats me. They're pretty cool, though. They don't look like ordinary glasses at all.
They're not. That's why. Thanks for all the help, Grundy. I'm ready to pick now.
No problem, Doug. I'm only doing my job. Pick well.
Let's see. Whom should we go with? Huh. I am curious about choosing a freaking succubus. I mean, that's pretty much what she is. That elf looks exceptionally dorky, though, if I may say so. You can say so. Even to me, they're like, what the heck is wrong with your face? I mean, either they haven't slept in a millennia, or they got just weird eyes otherwise. You're in a dimly lit cavern. Mitra stands beside you, getting her bearings. Can I talk to her?
I guess this is a game puzzle or something. Maybe we should try solving it. But how about giving me a kiss first, you beautiful mundane creature?
Kenneth, what's the frequency? Not with that pointy thing waving around in the air. Later, Demoness. Let's get out of this jam first. Yeah, that is an REM reference right there. Yeah, okay. Oh yes, oh yes. This is why I bought this game.
Beware the wily ways of a wicked demoness, Doug. She'd like nothing more than to interfere with the game. She doesn't care whether you win or lose. I'm afraid you've lost the game, Doug. You can either restore to a previously saved moment in the game, start over, or give up. What do you want to do?
I want to undo that last move. I didn't mean to do it. Undone. Yeah, we scored, but she killed me. I guess. This door has a metal knocker on it that is rusted to the door. This door looks like an oblong coffin mounted on the wall to the cavern. It's closed. This tiny door looks like could be easily pushed open. Meteor waves her hands at the rounded door in the middle of the cave. A moment later, a boulder falls from the ceiling onto both of you.
As I advised you before, picking a good companion is of the utmost importance for you to succeed in your quest for the prize. You've lost.
I deliberately picked a bad companion just to see what would happen.
That's interesting. I hope you enjoyed it, Doug. I'm afraid you've lost the game.
I want to undo that last move. I didn't mean to do it. I was just looking at the door and she's like, hey, what's inside? Dead. And yet again, she just kills us.
As I advised...
How was I supposed to know that Meteor would screw up, Grud?
I don't know, Doug. I can only hope that your next selection is wiser. I'm afraid you've lost...
Let's start over. I screwed up too much up last time around. Alright, let's do this properly, I guess. I'll try to remember to save before we go into the game itself. So let's take this. Can I take this? Yeah. The bracelet is too small for you. It fit the Piasers
We're gonna need a
perfectly.
lot more hemp before we're through.
There. The room becomes brightly lit. The light can't be taken. You hear the quiet ringing of it. It's not that quiet ringing.
Hey, Doug. I've been fooling around with this new computer game. I know how much you hate. This computer game is... It's hard to... Here's the... That's a technical... Smart boy.
Is that a painting of Elvis Presley? He's on a piano. It's more. It would be more like Elton John or Scott Joplin. Elvis Presley. Could it be E.T.? Oh boy. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Robert Schumann. Giancarlo Menotti. Igor Stravinsky. George Gershwin? Samuel Barber? Maurice Ravel? Antonio Vivaldi? Claude Debussy? They sure know a lot of artists, composers, sure. You dutifully fill out the all-important warranty card. You're going to need some postage in a mailbox to properly post this thing. Save. All right. Huh. The computer screen is a dark rectangle of glass. Alright, let's save actually here, now that we've started it.
Hi, I'm Grundy Gollum. A golem? Well, are you interested in...
What's so hot about this game anyway?
Most people would find this game enjoyable because you get to explore a magical...
Yeah, you're saying the same things as before.
Magic... Can I tell...
I'll go through everything just to make sure that I might get points or such.
There will be... You can just...
Even though we just went through all this.
Xanth. But there are... A demon... Can I tell... You will... The four... Jenny... Chase... Nada Nod... Ask Nada... Demoness... Who are you call? Can I tell you? Certain of your... I'm afraid... The book is... Beats me.
Alright, ready
No
to pick.
problem, Doug. I'm only doing my job. Pick well.
Can I actually save here? No, didn't think so. Let's go with the semi-cat then, the Jenny the elf.
Wait a minute, Doug. I think this is a game challenge, and we ought to be very careful. One of these doors is obviously the way out. What do you think, Sammy Cat?
Sammy Cat looks like a tiger. And adorable. Beep. Says Sammy disinterested. This door has a metal knocker on it that is rusted to the door. Jenny asks Sammy to find the quickest route out of the cavern. He scratches on the leftmost door. A moment later, the door crashes down on both of you.
As I advised you before, picking a good companion is of the utmost importance for you to succeed in your quest for the prize. You've lost.
But Jenny looked like a great companion.
Looks can be deceiving, Doug, especially in Xanth. You'll need to be more careful if you want to win the prize. I'm afraid you've lost the game.
Restore. Okay. So our demoness touches one door and a boulder kills us. And then the cat found the quickest way to get out of there. Death!
Hi.
Ready to make my
Pick
selection.
wisely, young man. Xanth's a dangerous place, and the companion you pick could...
Yeah. Give me the centaur. He may be young, but he's cool with the wings. I mean, you very rarely see Pegasus centaurs. So he's unique in that way. And he can almost fly.
This is clearly our first test, and we better make the best of it. Give me a second to explore this cavern.
Sure. I'll just keep looking at the doors. The door has a metal grating on it through which you may peer. As you peer through the grate, the door slams down, crushing the life from you and Che amid the sound of mighty hooves.
Be careful messing with stuff you don't understand, Doug. Pay more attention to your companion, and maybe you won't lose the game next time. They're all much more familiar with Xanth than you. I'm afraid you've lost...
I was looking at the wrong door then. Will you people Che rears up on his hindquarters and punches through the third door with his front hooves. As the door opens, the floor begins to rumble and
As I
tumble.
advised you before, picking a good companion is of the utmost importance for you to succeed in your quest for the prize. You've lost.
So the demoness is an idiot, Jenny is a moron, and Che over here is just an nincompoop.
That's interesting. I'm afraid you...
Well, at least now I know which ones are the wrong ones. There's only one that is actually the correct choice. Your words bounce off the screen and hit you in the forehead. Ow.
Hi, I'm... Pick why...
Give me the big tits. I mean, the lovely blonde lady.
Not now, Doug. We are in grave danger. Give me a moment to get us out of this jam.
At least she knows what's going on. Nada stands perfectly still, apparently listening for any auditory clues that might be present. Nada Naga is a Naga princess in her mid-20s. She is currently in her human form, striking a graceful pose as she examines the dark cavern. She glances at you and smiles. Nada walks around the dark cavern several times, staring intently at each part of every wall, the ceiling, and floor. Yeah, she definitely was the best choice then. I can't call her a tunnel snake. She's only half a snake. I'm sorry, half a serpent. So we got the paper, we got the plastic, we got the tome and glasses. Those are... How did the plastic and paper get through? The door... This door looks like an oblong coffin mounted blah blah blah. It is closed. Nada looks stumped. Then, as if suddenly understanding something, she shifts her search back to the second door. Ooh. This tiny door looks like it could be pushed open. Nada slowly passes her hands over the door and it slowly slides open. She beckons you to follow her through it. FMV!
Hello, screen. Who are you?
My name is Doug. What's yours?
We
I'm
speak!
Kim. I'm a mundane just like you. Except I believe in magic, and it's obvious that you don't.
How do you know that?
Because you're still shaped like a screen. You won't get very far in Xanth looking like that, you know.
I don't care how far I get. I'm just playing this game on a dare.
All the better for me, then. I'll be certain to win the prize.
Say, why don't we team up and go look for this prize together?
No way! You don't even believe in magic. I'm not going to saddle myself with a non-believer like you. Well, I'll see you later, Doug. Unless you stay a screen, that is. In that case, you won't last long enough for me to see you again at all.
It was nice to meet you. Yes.
Okay, you've made it to Xanth. If you want to know more about the game or the prize, I know about as much as you. I do, however, know a lot about this place, so if you have any other questions, ask away. As Kim mentioned, you're going to be shaped like a computer screen while in Xanth. This is a result of the way you've entered Xanth, in combination with your disbelief of Xanth as a real place. You don't believe this is a real place, do you, Doug?
No, this can't be real. I absolutely, positively don't believe this is real. If this is real, why am I shaped like a screen? I'm not sure, but if I pressed, I'd say... If pressed, I'd say near. Yes, this is definitely real, and I just saw a pig fly by. If this is real, why am I shaped like a screen?
Because you don't believe in magic, and because you entered Xanth through a mundane computer screen. Now, do you believe this is all real, Doug?
It's a kind of magic. It's a kind of magic. Hey, Alan. No, this can't be real.
Just as I suspected. As long as you have not suspended your disbelief, you will remain shaped as a screen.
Is that also the reason why we see everything in black and white here?
Until you believe that Xanth is a real place, and until you completely believe in the magic that exists here, you will appear to everyone here as a screen. As a screen, you will be able to perform most actions, but will be slightly impaired because of your strange shape. You will occasionally require my assistance, and this is one reason I'm here. I can also offer you advice about how to find the prize and possibly win the game.
Cool. Nada has successfully extricated you from the cavern. You are finally in Xanth. Covered Nagas rule! You slide the way cool shades on and everything looks colorful and real. Wow, just like in The Wizard of Oz. Finally. Should have known that would be the way. The path stretches north toward a small bridge. It's the opening of another Xanthian cavern, probably not unlike the one you just emerged from. The barely audible brook winds off towards a small bridge to the north. It's just as what you'd expect a forest to be, full of trees, grass, and bushes. The sky stretches out as far as you can see to the north.
Yes, Doug?
What did you do in that cave to get us out?
I applied basic skills of observation to the problem at hand. That cave was clearly a first test for me rather than you. The cave was full of traps, and I feel quite gratified to have freed us.
Yeah, none of the other were capable of doing that because they were morons. Me too.
It's also a relief to know that I'm a companion to a mundane who'll appreciate my talents.
Could you explain your talent again?
I am a Naga. In my natural form, my body takes on the shape of a serpent with a human head. My magic talent is the ability to make my entire body appear human.
What do you think we should do now, Nada?
There lives a magician in Xanth named Humphrey, who is renowned for providing adventurers like yourself with direction. If anyone in Xanth knows what this prize is, or where to look for it, he does.
Where can I find this magician Humphrey, Princess?
I believe there is a town nearby where we can obtain directions to the good magician's castle.
Okay, I'm eager to get back to the game, Princess. Naga is a half-human, half-snake. So it's like a centaur, but just a snake form. So they have the torso of a human, but the rest of the legs are replaced with the snake part. So they explaining that it has the head of a human and the body of a serpent is wrong. Just like with the centaur, the head of a human and the body of a horse. It's a torso of a human, and then the rest is a animal body. I mean, with Xanth here, it's the torso of a human, but the legs of a goat. That's from Greek mythology. And Greek mythology had all kinds of weird creatures anyway. And so the other mythologies. Trying to think of did the Finnish mythology have any kind of weird monsters? It's really raining now. I can hear it. I mean, Rusalka comes to mind, but that's actually Russian mythology. We meet her in Quest for Glory 4, and that whole place is based on Russian mythology, mostly. Well, Neki. That's one that comes to mind that is a Finnish mythology, but the Neki is almost like a kappa. Or a Rusalka. I mean, it's basically the same. It's a sea creature that lives in big lakes and such and lures you into your death. You have amassed 40 out of 1,000 points, giving you the rank of rank amateur. Cool. Alright guys, just a second. don't want too much moisture in here. Just closing this one. Well, make sure that it doesn't rain inside. Man, that's some heavy rain happening right now. Hell yeah. Freaking finally getting some rain. Been a long time. Excellent. Alright, let's check this. After the hazard you've just experienced, Nada recommends that you remain out of doors. You can barely make out a small bridge in the distance. It spans a noisy stream. You're standing beside the crossing of two paths. A sweet smell swafts by on the wind. A swarm of fireflies hovers beside the babbling brook. It's a babbling brook that occasionally babbles. A bunch of debris has formed a log jam within the babbling brook. One particularly large log is jammed within it. Can I take it? It's jammed and therefore cannot be taken. The gnarled old tree has produced some small red fruit that are just within your reach. Several red cherry-shaped fruit hang from the tree above you.
Yes, Doug?
Great music. Let's see. Plants, asparagus spears, blue agate moss, a red cherry bomb tree. Cherry bomb trees produce small red cherry-shaped fruit that, when thrown, produce minor explosions. The youth of Xanth amuse themselves frequently with this indigenous pyrotechnic plant. You reach up and pick a red fruit and discover it to be a cherry bomb. What if I eat it? Cherry bomb. That's what I wrote. Eat it. You swallow the cherry bomb. No climbing will be permitted as long as you're a screen, Doug, Nada tells you. The cherry bomb explodes, blasting you apart from within. Glass flies
You've gotta
everywhere.
watch what you eat in Xanth, Doug. There are all sorts of nasty food items that must be avoided. Consult with your companion before making this sort of mistake again. You've lost the game, for the moment. I'm afraid you've lost...
Did exactly the thing I was expecting. It's a garden or forest variety tree. It's a small waterfall. The waterfall is a noisy little gusher. You can't hear anything recognizable though. It's a small bridge spanning the babbling brook. A patch of sweet-smelling yellow buttercups beneath the tree catches your eye. You sniff the patch of buttercups. They smell buttery. You lean over and pluck a single sticky buttercup from the patch. Nothing about the buttercups? The butter looks exactly like a pat of butter. You've got a small sticky yellow flower containing some butter. It literally is a flower that is a cup that has butter in it. Thus buttercup. Oh boy, we're in for a treat with all these puns. You're standing in a dark and misty forest. A lone firefly buzzes from the tree to tree. Not brushes against you. You look into the pool and see a hazy image of bodies moving about. You kneel down and study the image carefully. You recognize Kim, Jenny Elf, and Sammy Cat approaching a shoreline. Oh, look at the kitty
Look,
kid.
Jenny Elf. There, in the water. What is that?
It's a merman, Kim. Don't pay any attention to him. Let's keep moving.
No, I want to talk to him.
But it will take too much time. I'm sure we're ahead of Doug. Don't you want to win the prize?
Sure, but this will only take a few minutes. Look, he's getting out of the water.
Oh, hi. Just a guy.
Hello, ladies.
Hi, my name is Kim. I'm from Mundania. This is Jenny Elf and Sammy Cat. What's your name? Are you really a merman? Do you live in the water? What happened to your tail?
Whoa, slow down. My name is Cyrus. Yes, I am a merman, and yes, I live in the water. But changing my tail into legs is my special talent. It's kind of painful, but I can change back anytime I want to.
If it hurts, then why did you do it?
It's time for me to seek out a wife. But there are no eligible mer women in this part of the water wing. The two of you looked like adventurers out on a journey. So I thought I would ask if I can walk along with you until I can find a suitable mer woman to marry.
That sounds like fun. Let's get going, and while we walk, you can tell me what it's like to live in the water. Do you have both lungs and gills? Do you eat fish? Do you sleep on a waterbed?
Kim seems to be quite a competent mundane, Doug. If I were you, I'd be a little worried if you really want to win the game.
And Jenny Elf looks like a pretty competent companion. No, she's not.
She seems all right, but I believe you won't find me lacking in any important way as your companion.
Where would you say they are right now?
From the looks of the geography, I'd say that was near the outskirts of the water wing.
Yeah, I would think it would be that as well, because he said water wing. Is that far from here?
Yes, Doug, very far.
And she somehow managed to get there before us?
This is a cough drop bush, Doug, apparently in its dormant period. When they're active, these bushes cough and drop cough drops at regular intervals.
No kidding.
Really, Doug. And you better start taking this place seriously, or else.
Or else what?
Or else your time here will be limited, and you'll return home without the prize.
And why am I striving for this prize again?
Look, I didn't ask to be assigned to you. You picked me, and for better or worse, you're stuck with me. Heed my advice, or you'll most certainly blunder into peril in this place.
Like I've already done. These fascinating bushes are relatively uncommon in Xanth. The bush has two states, a dormant and active state. In its active state, cough drops drop from the bush to the ground. The cough drops themselves cause intense coughing fits if eaten. Oh. So they're not to alleviate the feeling of coughing, they're causing the coughing.
shaking that bush isn't going to free any of the cough drops inside, Dug. You have to wait for them to drop.
Drop it like it's hot. You grope around in the bush for a moment and find nothing to pick. It's a tangle tree, just like in the books. Is it? I'm liking it too. Even though it may not seem like it, but I actually am enjoying these stupid puns a lot. Long adventitious roots hang from the branches of the mature tangle tree. The roots wrap around anything that strays into their path, capturing it and carrying it toward the tree's maw. Oh! So don't climb or touch it. That will kill me. Thank you, book. I was going to think of, maybe climbing it or something, but I don't think I want to die right now. Even though I just saved. Let's play it more carefully, shall we? We don't need to see every death. Besides, we don't even see the deaths. It's always just Grundy telling us that, hey, you fucked up. Reload. I mean, they should have given us a... Well, I mean, it's hard for them to show the deaths when we are in first-person view, so it's not like Sierra or anything. You head up to the trail to the northwest, get very confused, and retrace your steps to the crossroads. You head down the trail to the southeast and get very confused and retrace. Alright, so the only way to go is right here. You're staying at the center of a small village, not a copse. You okay?
Yes, Dug?
The stout headman regards you with a concerned look upon his brow. He looks troubled at your reluctance to assist him and his fellow townsmen in their current plight. I didn't even know that you got a plight going on, good sir, so, F you?
Hello, mundane screen and beautiful Naga princess. I am a woodwright by trade, and the appointed headman of Isthmus Village. Please state your business here.
I thought that you're called the headman because of your gigantic head. I mean, that's not a normal-sized head. I'll bet I can stand on my head longer than you. I wish I had some business here. What's yours?
Yes, I am a woodwright. I cut wood right. If you would bring me some wood, I would probably be able to fashion that wood to your liking.
You would?
I would.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? A woodwright, huh? How about you give me some wood right now?
That's not the way it works, Screen. You bring me the wood and I make it right.
I know somebody that we are currently with that would give him wood, if you know him. Tell me what's happening around these parts, Edmund.
The town has many problems. Our worst is the dread ship that lies at anchor in our harbor.
Tell me more.
The ship is a censorship. It censors what we say. Incense rising from censers aboard the vessel pervades the town, censoring and incensing us.
I think that just killed me. I wish I had my bleep sound effect. I don't really have any sound effects here ready. Darn it. You mean I can't say
Will you help us rid ourselves
or
of
beep?
this damn sucking licking municipal malady?
I heard you say cock-sucking and fucking. You ducking, rocking head man. Yes, I guess, but how can I do it if you cannot?
None of us in the village has been able to find a way beyond the pale that lies northeast of here. Only there can the solution be found. We hope you can do what we cannot. Take this strange rusty key as a sign of our gratitude, wandering screen.
What solution?
The fairy Nuff dwells beyond the pale, and can supply you with a solution with which to douse the foul censors aboard the ship.
Fair enough. What do you think is the solution to the pip ship, Headman?
The solution to douse the evil censors is only available from the fairy Nuff.
Where can I find this fairy Nuff?
The fairy Nuff dwells beyond the pale, and can supply...
Thank you for your advice, Headman. I bid you farewell.
Good luck obtaining the solution from the fairy Nuff.
Censorship. It's a large sailing vessel with 2 sensors upon its deck. Neither sensor has been extinguished. Smoke billows from both of them. The right street light stands on one side of the path leading down to the dread censorship. It's a common streetlight cover. The left streetlight stands on the side of the path leading down to the dread censorship. The black iron gate that leads down to the censorship is tightly closed and locked. Beautiful red flowers decorate the roadside dwellings and shops of Isthmus village. It's a nice hefty rock lying on the ground near the grass. I'll take it. You pick up the rock. It's a big one. Feels like this is one of those games that you just need to get everything you find. No matter what. It's the sky. If you were a bird, you could fly around in it. Quaint cottages and shops line the village streets. Many have for sale signs on them and look vacant. Oh. On the road again. You're already on it. Fair enough. That tumbleweed really knows where it's going. You're on the barren road running between steep cliffs. Not a brushes against you. It's a big boulder with an extremely flat surface, just about the right size for a wooden board. Gently rolling hills stretch out far off in the distance before you. You take a moment to thoroughly enjoy the meadows. You're on a path that winds through gently rolling hills. Nada looks hungry.
Yes, Doug?
The pail contains nothing. You reach down to take the pail and it leaps into the air. It lands far in the distance.
It looks like the pail notices you throwing something at it and jumps out of the way just in the nick of time. Perhaps if we were able to get far enough away, it wouldn't be able to sense its impending doom.
What conclusions would you draw from that astute observation, Princess?
If there was a way of hitting it without it seeing you, you might be able to get something heavy inside it.
Of course! Why didn't I think of that?
That's why you've been supplied with an expert companion, Doug.
I mean, I already know what I'm supposed to do. I've got plans in mind. Far in the distance, you can make out an area dominated by sheer cliffs. The distant cliffs are extremely enjoyable. Nada looks bored. As you take aim at the pail, it jumps into the air and sails out of sight.
It looks like the pail notices you If that's...
So it's those two screens that we will be on forever unless we get rid of the pail. And for that, I would need... It's the rusty old skeleton key the headman gave you. The game is not the only one that make puns. You turn the key over and examine its front side. You detect nothing unusual. You insert the key in the gate's lock and slowly turn it. You detect an audible clicking. Remove it. You're standing upon a long wooden pier. You see a small scrap of cloth. A strand of rope is tied here. Nada looks at you. It's hard to make out from here. Why don't you pick it up so you can examine it more thoroughly? You reach down and snatch the scrap of white cloth. I wonder how we're just a screen. It's a torn scrap from one of the ripped sails of the censorship. A single loop of sturdy rope surrounds a plank on the pier. You pull on the rope length but are unable to free it from the plank it's tied to. Something heavy is weighing it down. The pier is constructed of wooden boards. It leads from the village out to the censorship board on the harbor. Peer at the pier. You peer thoughtfully at the pier, but nothing new appears. It's a large sailing vessel with two sensors upon its deck. Neither sensor has been extinguished. Smoke billows from both of them. You hear the hissing of whatever's burning within the sensors and incensing the villagers. A repugnant odor emanates from the dreaded vessel. It only makes sense that it's the ensigns. Yeah, something tells me it's not a wise idea to stay there. The water between the ship and the dock churns slowly up and down, rocking the dreaded craft slowly to and fro. Whee! The pier acts like a somewhat dampened trampoline, making for great fun while avoiding game puzzles. It would make sense to climb the rope at this time.
Doug, do you see the rope tied here to the pier?
No, I don't see it. I still don't see it. Of course I do. What about it?
I think I might be able to get it if I turned into my Naga form and crawled underneath the pier. Would you like me to give it a whirl?
Go to it, Princess. I only wish I could slither down there with you.
Hang on. I'll be back in a jiffy. I found this anchor tied to the end of the rope you noticed. Perhaps you'll find these things useful in your quest for the prize.
Thanks, I'm sure I will. I didn't realize your Naga form would turn out to be so useful.
I'm certain this won't be the only time I come in handy, young mundane. Now please turn away so I may return to my human form and get dressed.
Okay, I'm not looking.
It's all right. I'm already dressed.
Yeah, I can see. You never got out of your dress. Coiled length of sturdy rope not extracted from beneath the pier. It's an anchor, you know, for keeping boats from moving. Why was it tied to the pier, especially on the plank? Can we enter any of the buildings? You tried to get inside the building but can't find a door or a window large enough to crawl through. Eh? The buildings don't have doors? Maybe that's why you're the only one living here. Attach the anchor to the tangle tree. Why not try attaching the anchor to your left ear? Attach it to the rope. You securely tied the rope to the anchor and auto-recovered, producing an effective grappling hook. You swing the grappling hook above your head, hearing it whip through the air. Just as you're about to release it at the tangled tree, the line gets fouled and the hook falls to the ground. You pick it up and recoil it. Looks just like an ordinary forest spring now. Why didn't we see the thing with Kim and Jenny? Swimming? The spring is too small to swim in, especially for a rectangular screen. I wonder if we're ever going to turn into our human form. Catch the fireflies with the buttercup. There isn't enough room inside the buttercup to attempt catching one of those elusive insects. Crumpling the plastic wrap produces a sound that is somewhat enjoyable. Flatten the paper. You flatten out the crumpled brown paper into a large rectangular sheet. There isn't any way to jam the brown paper inside the buttercup. Another cherry bomb delight. Throw that at the log jam. You throw the cherry bomb at the log jam, it disappears in a small red puff of on contact. You jam the grappling hook under the log and manage to pry it loose. There we go. A bunch of debris has formed a log jam within the babbling brook. I'll just pick a new cherry bomb. There's plenty in the tree, Bannigan. I forgot that their tree is still there. At least we got a log. It's just an ordinary log.
That's a fine log you've got there, Screen. What would you have me do with it?
I could use a thin, flat board. Can you help?
In this way I can be of assistance. I am a humble plain man, with an even humbler plane. While it is a plain plane, I believe it will do an adequate job planing your wood hunk. Is this what you desire?
Just do it. Yes, please help. I don't know what I'll do if I can't have that board.
Consider it done. I'll be back before you know it with a narrower version of your log.
He's not here yet. Nada hums a melody. Guess I'll wait. Time passes.
As you can plainly see, here is the planed board you plainly requested. It is a pleasure to be of service to a screen such as yourself.
Thank you. He's a board. It's the plain board that the woodwright made you. You mean planed me. You carefully place the plain board on the boulder upon which it firmly rests.
That's interesting, Doug. It looks a little like a mundane, abstract sculpture. I didn't realize you possess such an artistic flair, but I still feel this sculpture needs a bit more.
I mean, you're going ahead of things. We just need to put a rock there, and it's perfect art. Herman Toothrod will be so proud of us. Carefully place the rock in position on the board. You produced a catapult. No, I've made art.
That gives your sculpture much more balance and a sense of ethereal lightness.
See? She gets
I
it.
believe the various emotive structural motifs provide the viewer with a detached yet omnipresent viewpoint framework. Genius. Pure genius.
They definitely played Secret of Monkey Island. This is a reference to Herman Toothrot. It has to be a reference to it. You'd have to be holding rock to do that. Throw the hook at the board. You swing the grappling hook above your head, hearing it whipping through the air, and pick it up and coil. How about I untie this? And then I throw the anchor at the board. You don't know what you'd hit if you flung that heavy anchor. Be careful. You don't want to piss anybody off around here. Do I need to find another rock? Apparently I cannot jump on it. Don't see any other stones or such that I could pick. So how do I use the catapult? It's babbling alright, although the sound is more like white noise than conversation. You dip the edge of your screen into the babbling brook and decide it is too cold for a pleasant swim.
Greetings, wandering screen. Have you accomplished anything yet?
Yes, I am amazing. I'm also a master swordsman. Definitely played Monkey Island. Did we also find the treasure that it was a t-shirt? I think I'm really close to a major breakthrough.
I don't see how that's going to help in the present f***ed up situation. Good luck dousing the sensors, good screen.
Working on it.
Yes, Doug?
Nada, would you please whack my catapult with your naga tail?
I will be glad to slap your catapult with my naga tail, Doug. Please stand back.
Propelled by the force of Nada's mighty tail, the rock hurtles out of sight to the northeast. The board is firmly wedged between the large rock and the canyon wall. You've done enough prying already. Guess again. I guess I'm not taking the board back. The pail contains a rock. You reach down and pick up the pail by its metal handle. Once it's in your possession, you remove the rock you so cleverly put there. The pail contains nothing. Well, at least now we've done that. Why? Ah! My nightmare. Oh god, it's ice cream. All the screams gesticulated wildly in the direction of the lone scream on the right side of the path nearest to you. I can't really look at that. Different flavors of the ice cream delicacy grow on this bush. Several eye-shaped clumps of ice cream lie embedded within the snow. They look delicious. Can I take one? It's a mailbox, just like you've got in your front yard back in Mundania. The large eye is inset on the screen door before you. It occasionally blinks but soon resumes its gaze upon you. The closed screen door stands before you with a large eye superimposed upon it. The eye occasionally blinks. You open the mailbox and discover that it contains a white envelope. It's the white envelope you removed from the mailbox. It is closed. The icicles are long and pointy and are probably pretty cold. Can I grab one? No can do. The eye screen won't permit you to arm yourself with such a dangerous weapon. I'm not sure if you could call it a weapon. But then again, it is a weapon. After all, a certain person used it to kill somebody. It's a garden variety snow with balls of ice cream embedded within it.
Hi, screen! I cannot let you pass until you've been properly ice screened!
You're losing me with all this ice cream stuff. You know, I'm an ice cream too. Please allow me to pass. I've never been screened by an eye on a screen door. Is there anything in there that, or are you the flat 2D sort of eye? There are a few things that are bothering me about you, eye. Don't you feel just a little vulnerable up there on that screen? I wish I had something long and pointy to screen you with. Never been screened by an eye on a screen door.
Well, you have now, mundane dolt. Why am I wasting my time with you?
Because I'm the baddest screen dude around these parts in years. Because you feel empathy for my cause and those of all mundanes. Because I have a lilting and melodious voice to soothe your troubles. Because I'm physically beautiful and you wish to admire me further. Because you're in a generally good mood and wish to do a good deed. I thought I had a reason, but I was wrong. You feel empathy for my cause and those of all mundanes?
The activities of mundanes are of no importance to me at all. They are like so many termites, infesting and degrading the foundations of society.
We have our own society, asshole. And yes, I'm not looking straight at it. You got that correct. You know, I'm an ice cream too. Please allow me to pass.
Not until I ice screen you. Only after you've been properly screened will you be permitted to pass, screen.
You're losing me with all this ice cream stuff,
Talking to yourself, screen? I cannot properly screen a self-absorbed screen.
Is there anything in there, or are you the flat 2D sort of eye?
Flat, yes. And rather two-dimensional now that you mention it.
There are a few things that are bothering me about you,
Uh-huh. Name one.
I'm not used to eyes as large as you. It's a little freaky.
Then don't look at it, mundane.
I'm not.
Have you ever thought what your marble-sized eyeballs look like to someone with large ocular endowments such as myself? They look like black-eyed peas.
Don't mention black-eyed peas, please.
Uh-huh. Name one.
I think you should blink more often. You seem a little stiff.
If I could get out of this door, I'd stare you to death, mundane. You have grown quite irritating to me. Be gone!
I thought of another reason you should listen to me.
Okay, screen, I'm ready for your feeble attempt at a reason I should pay even the slightest heed to your mumbling. This better be good.
Because I'm physically beautiful and you wish to admire me further?
The Naga with you passes that test, mundane, but you are at best an adequate representative of your race.
Don't you just feel just a little vulnerable up there on that screen?
Ha! Your meager attempts at intimidation bounce off my screen and hit you in the face. Vulnerable? I don't even know the meaning of the word. Okay, screen,
Because you're in a generally good mood and wish to do a good deed?
I'm not in a good mood right now, and when I am, I still have no interest in the affairs of mundanes, let alone mundane screens.
Well, good to know that you're not in a good mood.
Uh-huh.
Could you stop looking at me? It's not nice to stare, you know.
What are you gonna do about it, foolish child? Maybe your mommy can help you out in this part of the game. It seems that the game is somewhat too strenuous for your weak body.
Don't worry, I'll go get a spike and put it through your eyeball. Or you.
Okay, screen.
I'm the baddest screen dude around these parts in years?
Yeah, right. I'm afraid you're the real kind of bad, screen. Talking to yourself? Uh-huh.
You whine a little when you talk, it's unnerving.
That's the only voice I have, Screen. Be nice to it. It has a bad temper and an unpredictable mean streak.
I wish I had something long and pointed to screen you with.
That kind of talk will get you nowhere with the Ice Queen for whom I screen.
Ice Queen? I don't see any Ice Queen.
The Ice Queen resides behind these walls, Screen, preening and making her devious Ice Queenish plans. State your purpose here or be off. The Ice Queen has no time for idling screens.
We seek the fairy Nuff. Do you know where we might find her?
The she you are referring to is a he. Mr. Nuff resides in a booth within the fair at the end of the fairway beyond the Ice Queen's abode. Why do you seek the fairy Nuff?
I was told that he might help me find a certain solution.
A solution, huh? A solution to what?
The people of Isthmouth village have been beset by a terrible malady. A censorship lies at anchor in the village's harbor, emitting noxious incense that censors their speech and incenses them. I've been informed by reliable sources that the Fairy Nuff has a solution that will douse the censors aboard this dread vessel.
Then you may proceed, Screen. Good luck on your admirable quest.
Thanks. So, can we open? You throw open the eye screen. It was a screen door. Now the pun makes even more sense. You rap several times on the wooden door, then stand frozen several minutes in a meditative trance. You throw open the wooden door, revealing a surprising fairway. So much for the Ice Queen. You're on the fairway of a strange golf course. Not a hums a pleasant tune. It's a wooden peg with a flattened top, giving the shape of a letter T. Yep, they're definitely sand traps. Golf must be big around these parts. Look at all the sand that's been trapped. Having passed through this ice screen, you arrive at the long fairway. A small green and what appears to be a fair lie at the far end of the range. A small tee is placed in the ground nearby. A bunch of colorfully decorated booths dot the landscape beyond the green. You lean down and pick up the T from the grass. It is a letter T. A flat green lies at the distant end of the fairway beside a bunch of booths. It's hard to make out much more from here. It's the sky. If you were a bird, you could fly around in it. You're standing on a golf green before fair. Nada studies you. It's an egg of some sort, ovate and otherwise uninteresting. It's in a cup on the golf green. Okay, Roombaba. You enjoy your food. You remove the egg from the cup and roll it around in your hand. The cup is a small container inset into the green. It is currently empty. The cup is a permanent part of the golf green. It's a golf green. It's covered with green grass and has a cup embedded into it. The colorful sign simply announces the fair that lies beyond. As you study the witch booth, you lose track of which booth you are looking at. Oh, now it says witch booth, not TCH, but HICH. The clown booth seems to be in business of selling balloons. Is it? Because I see toys on the clown booth, but the balloons are on the witch booth. The clown ignores you. His interest consumed with his balloons. It is unclear which witch you wish to converse with. Various booths line the sides of a walkway through the center of the fair. You're standing before the booth of the Fair Enough. It's an unfurled banner with the words Fair Enough embroidered in it. Beakers, test tubes, and flasks are arrayed upon the fairy's table, bubbling and smoking towards some unknown purpose. Various complex equations are scribbled on the blackboard behind the Fair Enough. They are all unintelligible to you. It's a silly looking one with a 5-pointed star at the end of it. Nuff's waving it around threateningly. A paper scroll is jammed into the front pocket of Nuff's lab coat. It's the Fair Enough in all his glory. Bad tie, bad hair, bad breath. There's a paper scroll in the front pocket of his lab coat. The booth of the Fair Enough has a banner draped in front of it, proclaiming his name. The fairy is dressed in a lab coat and a gaudy tie and holds a wand in one hand. A scroll protrudes from the pocket of his coat. Various mysterious experiments bubble and smoke on the table before him.
What do you want, wandering screen and strange Naga person?
We're just wandering around with no particular goal. The headman of Ismith village has sent us to obtain a solution. What's all this stuff you've got bubbling here? Who dresses you? Your tie is god-awful. That stuff on the blackboard looks very complicated. Is it?
Very. You'd never understand it even if I thoroughly explained it to you.
What's this, all this stuff you've got bubbling here?
You'd like to know, wouldn't you? The secret of my brilliant experiments are what make me the one Fair Enough. Since it's a secret, I cannot tell you. Fair enough?
Okay, you do seem to be fair enough.
You're darn tootin'. Everything I do at the fair is enough. What do you want?
The headman of the Isthmus village has sent us to obtain a solution.
He did he? What kind of solution were you looking for, Screen?
What's the cube root of -1?
A very interesting question. I estimate that I will have a solution for you within the week. Do you have time to wait for the solution?
No, we're in a terrible hurry. The villagers are quite incensed.
What villagers?
We're having trouble with a difficult quadratic equation. Ismail village is troubled by a ship that lies in its harbor, censoring the speech of the villagers. We were hoping you could help.
A censorship? This sounds serious. How many censors are set upon the deck of the ship?
12, 3, 17, 2, 486. There are thousands of tiny sensors on that ship. I can't remember. 2.
Ah, this is indeed a foul ship. I know it well. There is only one known solution to such a censorship. Prepare the solution by following this recipe. Come back when you've properly made it. I will instruct you further upon your return. Should you succeed, good luck.
Fair enough tosses you a tattered piece of paper. Ah, that was the one that was in his front pocket. Let me guess. I've already got the egg and the cherry bomb and the butter, and I might need a cough drop, right? Fair enough solution. Mix 2 dashes of ice cream with 1 dash of butter and stir vigorously. And add 3 pints of fresh water, 2 cough drops, a firefly, a large egg, and mix thoroughly. Finally add a fragment of the object upon which the solution will be applied and mix again. So I need to get a part of the incense? Or, I'm sorry, the sensor. How do I get the ice cream, though? That's another problem. Alright. It seems the Ice Queen's palace was more like a cheap Hollywood set. Oh well. Seemed pretty convincing. So it really is just a backdrop here. This whole wall and everything. This is not real. It's made out of wood and whatever. Snow is boring, even in Xanth. You haven't got time for boring stuff right now. You pick a hunk of ice cream and drop it in the pail. Ew. You'll have to extract the butter from the flour first. Oh, sorry. Empty. There. You turn the flour over and catch the butter as it falls out. You toss the dash of butter into the pail. Now I need to get fresh water. You hear a cough. A drop falls from the bush into the spring, making a small splash. It looks just like an ordinary forest spring now. A coughing sound emanates from within the strange bush. Every cough is followed by a splash in the spring below it. You grope around in the bush for a moment and find nothing to pick. You hear a cough. A drop falls from the bush into the spring, making a small splash. If you were to put the sailcloth in the spring, you might lose it.
Shaking that bush isn't going to...
But how do I catch a drop? Maybe I'll catch it with the pail when I need it. You hold the pail under the waterfall and collect about 2 cups of water in it. And now the cough drops. A foul scent emanates from the spring. It's clearly not the fresh water the recipe calls for. Still got a feeling that I need something to capture a cough drop with. Huh. Fair enough. CEO Ice Queen Crone Ice House. Never did open it. You rip open the sealed envelope and discover a letter. Fair enough. Fair enough. We are beset by a terrible censorship that lies at anchor in our harbor and refuses to leave. Terrible incense rising from the deck of the ship is censoring every bleep bleep thing we say and incensing us. Please help us. Come quick. Signed, Headman Isthmus Village. They even sent him a letter, but the fucker never read it. Asshole. The sailcloth isn't going to help you in obtaining some fireflies. You whip the buttercup back and forth through the swarm for a few seconds and catch a single bug with it. It becomes stuck within the sticky flower, unable to escape. Inside the buttercup, you discern a tiny bioluminescent Xanthian firefly. It hasn't figured out how to get out yet. You squirt the firefly out of the flower and into the pail. Ew. You crack the egg on the inside of the pail and its contents drip to the bottom. So the only thing I'm missing now is the cough drop.
Yes, Doug?
Can you get one of those cough drops?
No problem, Doug. Just wait until the next cough.
Hey, TK. A drop falls from the bush and Nada catches it in midair. She hands it to you. This is the cough drop you collected from the bush in the forest. The pail contains 1 dash of ice cream, a dash of butter, a pint of water, a dash of butter, a pint of water, an egg, 1 cough drop, and a firefly.
Yes, Doug?
Would you get me another cough drop, Princess?
No problem, Doug. Just wait until the next cough.
There. Three pints of fresh water. So that's 3. 2 cough drops, firefly, large egg. So 2 dashes of ice cream. So I need to go get an ice cream again. 2 dashes of ice cream, a dash of butter, 3 pints of water, an egg, 2 cough drops, and a firefly. Ice cream 2, 1 butter, 3 water, 2 cough drops, firefly, large egg. And a fragment of the object upon which the solution will be applied. Alright. So we need to go get the piece of the sensor. Smoke billows from 2 sensors aboard the dread vessel. Coughing and wheezing, you and Nada regard the fuming sensor. You swing the grappling hook above your head, hearing it whip the air, and it's a large sailing vessel with 2 sensors upon its deck. Neither sensor has been extinguished, smoke billows from the both of them. You'll have to be holding the sensor smoke before you can put it in the pail. Incensed by the sensor smoke, you decide not to inhale again. In fact, you've never inhaled, but you didn't enjoy it. Add a fragment of the object upon which the solution will be applied. There's no way to douse the foul sensor from your current vantage point. I wonder if the compendium has anything to say about censorships. Apparently a magical thing is called an opposite sex. And a magical creature called Stanley Steamer. Jay Centaur, Cult of Chiron and Chex Centaur, has wings like his parents but does not possess the power to fly. He is, however, able to make things in his immediate vicinity lighter. Good magician Humphrey lives in a castle surrounded by a moat filled with murky water. He designed his castle in the service for the answer to a question put to him by the Centaur Isle elders. Humphrey detests socializing of any kind and has constructed his castle to repel visitors. He is able to answer difficult questions but requires the Inquisitor to serve 1 full year in his castle. Nada Naga, a Naga princess with the talent to change from her normal Naga form into human form, was unfortunately betrothed to Prince Dolph by the good magician Humphrey. Since Dolph is 5 years younger than her, she cannot love him. Eh? Okay. Demoness Mitria, a rude demoness, is famous for attempting to take over Esk's cushy hidey hole. Metria takes great pleasure in tripping up unsuspecting victims who fall by fate into her proximity. One of them would be me. Hamana hamana burr hamana hamana burr hamany here beep. You're unable to find your way through the fumes and past the nearest sensor. How does one... There can't be an item that I missed. Can there? I think I'd be very thorough trying to find all the items that we need. There, music off for now because I need to get some food. It's so much time. This game is really fun. At least for so far, I've really enjoyed it. Lots of our kind of humor with the puns and everything. And the puzzles are not too bad either. Double loaf mode.
To some doors.
And now we got Fred playing with the soccer ball, and there's Socks and his butthole. And there's Pickles on the left. What am I gonna have? I have no clue. No damn clue whatsoever. So I'll go scour to see what I can find. If I did. That will be quite a surprise. I go to check my cupboards and the fridge, and I come back like, I ain't got no food. How did that happen? Found myself a spaghetti bolognese. Although I added some cheese to it. sound of me returning. Tomorrow, exciting things are going to start here on my streams. Because tomorrow it is the beginning of August, which means Amiga August begins. Pretty much tomorrow we will be checking like what challenges they will have up for Amiga August. I'm gonna check the whole list and maybe play some games right away tomorrow. At least that's how it's been. That they've been saying that they will reveal all the challenges on the first day. So tomorrow it is. And every Sunday, yet again, just like in April, is gonna be nothing but the Amiga gaming. I'm gonna try to do those challenges that I see that I might be able to do. And also, if there are games that I don't know, I'm gonna try them. I'm excited, at least. I mean, I already am wearing the Amiga shirt, so I'm ready. I do wonder what new challenges await. Makes you wonder if they're gonna bring anything back. Like a same game but different challenge for it, or is it all new? I hope it's all new. I mean, that would make all these challenges, these Amiga months, much more exciting. Every time it's something new. I wonder if there is any co-op game, like a co-op challenge that we could do. I could try it out with some of you guys, like Bennigan and Goblin. Unless there's someone like Sphinxy or somebody around. I mean, I could just send them a message like, hey, I'm gonna try this. You wanna play it with me? Yet again, it goes to show that the music is the best part of a game, especially with Bad Cat. None of them. So much food so quickly. I'm stuffed. Just a moment. Wake up. What? Add a fragment of the object upon which the solution will be applied. Couldn't do anything with the incense. Torn scrap from one of the ripped sails of the censorship. I mean, we're not just trying to get rid of the sensors, we're the whole ship. You place the sailcloth into the pail. The mixture bubbles for a moment, overflowing the sides of the pail and changes to a sickly green color. It seems that you've prepared the solution. Hey! The solution was the sailcloth. The solution contains 2 dashes of ice cream, a dash of butter, 3 pints of water, an egg, 2 cough drops, a scrap of sailcloth, and a firefly. Alright, let's go to the fair enough.
You've correctly mixed the solution, but it must be divided evenly for maximum effect on the 2 sensors. Come back when you've obtained 2 suitable containers of equal size for your solution. I'll hold it for you until then.
Can't we just use some of your junk? Two containers of equal size.
Yes, Doug?
Actually...
There must be 2 of something around here that will serve as adequate containers for the foul mix.
2 containers, huh? I'm totally stumped.
There's got to be some containers around here somewhere.
Well, I can think of only one. Only one thing. Let's see if I'm right. You exchange your empty buttercup for a sticky new buttery one. Oh, I wanted to get another. I was thinking that 2 buttercups. I mean, it's a container. No way. Shit. Interesting that we can use this map to move around in. Why do you want to play it like that? Lamp covers. It's a common streetlight cover you took from a lamp in Isthmus Village. The lamp cover would make a ridiculous hat. That's why I wanted to wear it.
Now that you've provided the solution and 2 equivalent receptacles for it, I'll divide it evenly between them and return them to you. Now go forth and douse the censoring sensors. By the way, I'm keeping the pail and my recipe.
Thanks a lot, pal. I'm really having fun now. This is great. Now I got 2 things full of glop instead of 1. What am I supposed to do now? Wear one of these on my head? Hey, I've grown very attached to that pail. Give it back! I was going to keep that recipe as a pimento of my exploits. I suppose I should scurry off and do my little deed.
Yes. I think you look quite nice in either of them.
Yeah, I've grown very attached to that pail. Give it back!
This is my pail, and I've only loaned it to you long enough for you to mix that horrid crud you've got there in those lamp covers.
This is great. Now I got 2 things full of glop instead of 1.
Be thankful for what I've provided. On another day, I might not have been so benevolent.
Thanks a lot, pal. I'm really having fun now.
Me too. At your expense, I'm afraid.
Everyone laughs like freaking Peter Griffin. We're just going to keep that recipe as a pimento of my exploits.
I haven't noticed any exploit screen. Just 2 goblets full of glop.
I suppose I should scurry off.
Yes, get on with your dousing, mumbling fool. It's only out of extreme benevolence that I extend such a favor upon a sniveling screen such as yourself.
Well, fuck you too. I mean, beep you too. Pour the solution on the sensor. You approach the sensor and are immediately overpowered by the noxious fumes. You force yourself closer and empty the contents of the lamp cover into it. After a few coughs and wheezes, the sensor stops emitting fumes. You make your way through the choking fumes. You're looking at the deck of the foul sensor ship. The medicine bowl is belching horrible fumes. Not a smiles, you gasp for air. Struggling to overcome the choking fumes of the sensor, you force the lamp cover over the edge of the infernal bowl. With every bit of willpower you can muster, you force your hand to overturn the cover, spilling its contents into the sensor. A last hiss of smoke issues from the sensor and it is extinguished forever. The demons?
So, Demon Xanth, the mundane boy has finally come to believe in your magic. Yes, Demon Earth. Although it has cost him precious time, the girl is already far ahead. True, but there is still a long way to go. Do you think he suspects the stakes of our wager? No, he remains ignorant. I am certain that he has not yet dug up that information. Arrgh! Another of your infernal puns.
Well, he's a demon.
Eternity is arduous enough without having to endure your pitiful attempts at humor. When you lose this wager, perhaps you will also lose your taste for wordplay. I wouldn't bet on it. Arrgh!
With the sensor extinguished, it has no smell at all.
Dug, you've done it! You've come through! Now that you're here in Xanth, you no longer appear to us as a screen. I must admit I'm surprised. Dousing that last sensor must have increased your belief that Xanth is in fact real. How does it feel to believe?
Feels good to get out of that confining screen. I'm proud to have rid Isthmus and Village of their dire malady. I'm pretending none of this ever happened. This is just a game. I'm a solution-wielding stud from Mundania. Watch out! I'm bad. I'm getting hungry. What do we eat?
You should be proud to have conquered the evil censorship. And now that you believe in magic, your other challenges in Xanth should be much easier to manage.
Noi demonit oli muistaakseni joskus jossain Nirvin kolumnissa. Nyt tiedän mistä pelistä ne on. Ainakaan itse muista nähneeni. Mut siitä on pitkä aika kun pelilehtiä on lukenut. Vaikka mulla on pelit-lehtiä, mut ne on just ennen kuin tää ilmestyy. Tai yhdessä niistä oikeastaan on tän arvostelu. I feel mightier already. I hope so. This whole censorship thing has really drained me. I feel mightier already.
Whatever you say, Dug.
Feel happy now?
You've done it. The wicked censors. You've killed them.
Well, doused them. Extinguished, but not killed. No mulla on melkeinpä ensimmäisiä noita pelilehtiä. Mulla on vuodelta vielä, ne mitkä mulla on, niin ne on vuodelta 90 vuoteen 93. Ei kaikkia, vaan siinä jotain sieltä sun täältä. Ihan hirvittävän paskassa kunnossa tietysti. Mut yhdessä niistä on ton Larry Kolmosen läpipelu, Zack McCrackenin läpipelu, sillä tavalla mä opin pelaan ne läpi. Yhdessä on Monkey Island 2 alun läpipelu, eli toi Scab Island kokonaan. Sulta puuttuu just se. Mulla on just se. Se on hienosti tehty, siinä on kuvat ja kaikki, ja se kertoo tasan tarkkaan, mitä pitää tehdä missäkin ruudussa, että pääsee pois Scab Islandista. Rupisaari. Joo, mulla on just niinku mulla on vuoden 91 kevät ja syksy, puuttuu kesä ja talvi. Ja sit mulla oliko se kevät 90. Ja sitten jotain pari muuta. Sitten mulla on yksi mikrobitti. Sitten mulla on joku pari pleikkarilehteä, kun niitäkin rupesi ostaa, kun oli pleikkari 2 etenkin. Siinä taitaakin jäädä. Ei mulla hirveä kasa, niitä on ihan vaan muutama. Se on niinku lehtiä, mitä mä sain kavereilta. Mä en oo itte niitä ostanut ollenkaan. Kavereilta vaan saanut. I guess I did it, didn't I? Aren't I wonderful? Like a hero. It was a relief to get out of that damn screen too. It was confining. It was so simple. Got any other nagging problems for me to solve? It was a relief to get out of that damn screen too. It was confining.
As headman of Isthmus Village, I present this token of our gratitude and respect. We're not exactly sure what sort of sword it is, but we're sure you'll find out in the course of your travels. We're taking back our key, our lamp covers, and our town rock. Do you have any final requests of us?
That rock belonged to your town? Yeah, what was that you said about regions? And fair enough, it was a privilege to serve such a pleasant town. What's so important about that darn rock anyway? Could you give me some hints about what to do next? I like the sword, it's very pointy. What do you know about it? Well, I gotta go. I've got all sorts of adventure things to do. It was a privilege to serve such a pleasant town.
It has been a pleasure to be served by such a pleasant mundane and Naga princess.
What was that about you said about the regions and about the fairy Baldnuff?
There is a shortcut path from Isthmus Village past the dangerous 5 regions. The regions of air, earth, fire, water, and void are to be avoided at all costs. Hazards beyond imagination lie in that domain. The fairy Nuff knows where to find the trailhead for this shortcut.
What's so important about that darn rock anyway?
The town rock has occupied that location in Isthmus Village for over 2 centuries. The story is told of how the great rock served as a projectile in some ancient type of machination, showering terror down upon its foes. Other than that, we just like it.
It was a good rock. If I'd known that part about the ancient weapon, this whole job would have been immeasurably easier.
Yeah? Oh well.
Could you give me some hints about what to do next?
Walk softly and carry a strange sword.
I like the sword. It's very pointy. What do you know about it?
Not much. It's a sword. It's very old. It's got a pointy tip. That's about it.
What about the blade? Not just the tip. How old is it?
Very.
Where'd you get it?
We can't remember. A while ago.
Who'd know more about it than you?
The good magician Humphrey knows the answers to almost all questions.
Right.
And I'm sure he'd be pleased to tell you about this sword in exchange for some service.
No, he wouldn't. I guess you don't know much about the sword. Well, I gotta go. I've got all sorts of adventure things to do. Oh, and he's gone, and there's the rock.
Yes, Doug?
What do you think we should do now?
We've got to figure out the secret shortcut the headman mentioned. Surely the fairy Nuff will reveal its location to us.
Oh yeah, the secret shortcut path out of here. Okay, I'll look for it.
Give me a light and I'll follow it anywhere.
The sword the Isthmus Village headman gave you is made from a smooth gold metal. Ugh. Not a good idea if it's made from gold. But then again, gold and metal, so it might not be gold, but some magical. Gold is magical in Minecraft. We're gonna ask about the shortcut, so let's cut this short. Told you, game. You're not the only one good with puns.
Aha! I see you've been successful, and that you've become a person in our fair land. Why do you return to my humble booth, Mundane?
I want another recipe. That last one was a blast. The headman mentioned something about a path through the regions. Could we stay here a while and play with your lab equipment? Are you sure we haven't met before? I'm sure I recognize you.
I've never seen you before in my entire life. I'm not even seeing you right now, mundane creep.
Could we stay here for a while and play with your lab equipment?
Get away from me, boy. You scare me. Don't touch anything. Everything here is set to explode if anyone but me touches it.
I want another recipe. That last one was a blast.
Sorry, kid. I'm all out of recipes for the time being. The shortcut? Yes, I know of a shortcut to get you quickly past the 5 regions. But beware. This path runs treacherously close to the void, which must be avoided at all costs. Good luck. And remember, avoid the void.
At least as long as it's not the Noid. He waves his wand casually toward the northwest. The path appears amidst the trees. What is this void place you've mentioned?
The void is one of the most dangerous zones in Xanth. All things that enter the void never return. Its boundaries may not be visible, and it may use tricks to trap you within it.
The way you speak and you say they never return, you sound like the freaking dumpster wizard. I know nobody will get that reference, but to me he sounds like the dumpster wizard. I've seen many people enter and none return. What do you think of the sword I got from the villagers?
It looks old and pointy. Be careful who you point it at.
Do we have to take this shortcut, Mr. Nuff?
I would if I were you. What other path were you planning to take? Nyeh, nyeh, nyeh.
Nyuk, 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 indeed, boy Nuff.
Hey, boy. You didn't expect to saunter on out of here with my personal mail sticking out of your pocket, did you?
Oh, how terribly forgetful of me.
Just hand over the mail, sonny.
Yeah, I forgot to do that. There.
Oh, goody. No doubt more mail from my adoring fans. Thank you, mail boy.
Aren't you even going to read it?
Nah, they're all the same, heaping praise upon praise concerning my magical prowess and the like.
But the letter might contain some important information. Could be a bomb threat you may need to evacuate. Could it be for someone important? It might be something else in disguise. Might contain money.
Nope, you're wrong. Have a nice day, kid.
What an asshole. The ground beneath your feet gives way easily, becoming increasingly soft and sandy. Turning around, you recognize nothing of where you've been. You seem to be in the midst of a vast expanse of nothingness on all sides. Bare landscape surrounds you on all sides. Annoyed and annoyed. A blinding starburst dominates the overhead view. An expansive desert stretches out of sight in all directions, disappearing on a fuzzy...
So much for good advice from brilliant fairies.
What do you mean? Is something wrong? What's the matter? Do you have the time? Something wrong?
Haven't you noticed that there isn't any way out of this place, Dug?
I walked through the desert with the horse with no name. Come to think of it, I guess you're right.
The void is perhaps the most dangerous place in all of Xanth, and I'm afraid we've blundered into it. Tales have told of people who've managed to escape, but I'm not very hopeful. I'm sorry I haven't been a better companion for you, Dug.
Don't be sad, Nada. You're a fine companion. I'll get us out of this. You haven't been the best companion imaginable, but that's okay. There sure is a lot of junk around here for a place called the Void. This is where I do my hero thing and get us out of this jam. I'm getting hungry. When do we eat? Yeah, what my mammy. Sure is a lot of junk around here for a place called the Void.
Oh, what kind of dog is he?
He's French. With
Rubble is strewn about the desert landscape. None of it looks particularly interesting. Delicate-looking plants dot the desert landscape. Each plant within reach is covered with tiny barbs. Anything about these barbs? Stinging Barbara bush. This huge vicious bush smiles as it stings its hapless victims. The poison from one stinger is enough to rob the victim's mind of any thought. A second sting is almost always fatal. I don't think these are the Barbara bushes. A door shimmers in and out of view. A large mesa juts up from the desert floor many miles away. Are there the cowboys of Moo Mesa? You stoop down and touch a desert plant. A small barb punctures your skin. You quickly withdraw your hand. The desert plant, though delicate looking, is covered with sharp barbs. Time passes. Door shimmers.
Yes, Doug?
Did you see that door that just winked in and out of existence?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Doug. A door?
Yes, just concentrate on the air to the north of us.
Okay, I'll give this a shot. But it better be good. When do the festivities begin?
When we get through the door. Just keep looking at that area in front of us.
I'm waiting. I can't believe it, but I just saw that door you were mumbling about, Doug. I wonder where it leads.
Me too. Maybe it's some way out of here.
Could be. What do you think is making it do that? It's unnerving.
Beats me. I'll keep thinking about it. No, it still just shimmers out of the view. So that doesn't work. You walk off toward the north, feel a little lost, and return to your starting point. It really is annoying that we cannot do anything with the door. Like the game that prevents me from doing anything with it.
Yes, Doug?
I think I caught a glimpse of something that looked like a door.
All this talk about doors bores me, Mundane. Why don't we just wander around and see if there's anything real around here? Yes, Dug?
I must have been imagining that door I thought I
All this
saw.
talk about doors.
I mean,
Yes,
you just
Dug?
agreed with me that the door
A
appears.
door? Huh. Why are you getting so excited about a door you can't even point out to me?
But it's right there! See?
Yes, Dug?
It was right there!
I don't know, Dug. I'm terrified by this place. We've got to find a way out of here.
Some companion you
Thanks for the
turned out
vote
to
of
be.
confidence, Dug. I've done the best I can.
Here, let me help you by giving up. With an averted gaze, you eye the blindingly bright desert sun. Well, with this game, then again, I would think that the glasses are just a gag. I mean, it's a very punny game after all. I hope I haven't missed out on an item. I have no clue. Every time I move, he just gets lost and comes back to where we started from. So... don't think just wandering around is the solution. We gotta do something with that door. That's what I'm feeling. Gonna look up a hint. Ah. That actually makes sense. Let's read about the void. No, not people. Places. The void. The void lies beyond the border of Earth. Nothing can be seen over the void outside it. Once inside it, perceptions become confused. The hapless visitors see what they wish to see. Once inside, it is nearly impossible to leave. Only by intense concentration can one make out true images of things. Huh. You were right, Bennigan. Yeah. A barren landscape surrounds you on all sides. Large mesas jut up from the relatively level landscape. The starburst of a nearby sun shines oppressively down on you, weakening your resolve. Desert shrubs and needle cacti cover the ground here. Trees and rubble dot the landscape. Now the question is, how do we thoroughly focus?
Yes, Dug?
Just clicking on it doesn't do anything. Come on, concentrate. Come on, Dug. Concentrate. Come on. Just focus on the door.
Yes, Doug? If you just create a real door, we could walk right through it. But then you're busy chasing shimmering images of doors instead. Yes, Doug?
I'm certain of it. I just saw a door appear.
A door? Huh. Why are you getting so excited about a door you can't even point out to me?
There it is. Damn it. So close. I think I just needed to talk to her more about, hey, the door is there. She needs more convincing.
Yes, Doug?
There can be no doubt about it. There is a door here.
A door? Huh. Why are you getting so excited about a door you can't even point out to me?
Come on, focus. Door! A door shimmers into view, taking on a look of something. The door, which has materialized from thin air before you, is firmly shut.
Yes, Doug?
Oh, cannot even tell her, heh, told you so. You knock on the door, but no one answers. You open the door and discover a flat blackness beyond it. The dark, unknown space lies behind the strange door. You walk through the door into the unknown blackness beyond. A small green gem emerges from within the hilt of the sword and glows slightly.
I believe we've somehow escaped the void, Doug. This feels more like the outskirts of the region of Earth.
Earth, huh? That sounds familiar. Wow, that's cool. A road passing a closed barrow lies before you, not a smooth her gown. The road leads up to the door of an old barrow. Another road leads southeast. A closed wooden door lies before you, not a smooth her gown. The mound to the north looks like an ancient barrow. It has a solid-looking wooden door that is closed. A road passing a closed barrow lies before you. Following the path north would lead you to the strange door. Another well-worn trail leads southeast. Rubble is strewn about the desert landscape. None of it looks particularly interesting. The barrow door is closed. You rap on the solid wooden door several times and hear echoes behind it. They're nice. Obviously the work of a fine metalsmith. The old wooden door refuses to budge. On its surface is a green gem. It's hard to imagine exactly where you'd spread the butter on the hinges.
Yes, Doug?
Well, since we cannot do anything there, let's go this way. Nada impatiently shakes her head and beckons you away from the dangerous void you barely survived. Oh, this way. The road before you stops at a desert spring.
Come drink from this spring, young man. I'm sure you'll like the taste of its fresh water.
Hey, Mitria. What are you doing here? Why should I? Okay. Something looks funny about that spring. Why should I? Can you tell me how to get inside that barrel over there?
Because I'm asking you nicely, my beautiful mundane.
Don't do it, Doug. That water is incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, it's easy to tell. There's a demon guarding it. It's a small spring glistening in the desert sunlight. Delicate-looking plants dot the desert landscape. Each plant within reach is covered with tiny barbs. The path you are on ends at the spring and continues into the distance beyond it. Various desert
Drink from the spring, lest you die of thirst in the desert.
Let me read the text, bitch! Fuck you! I don't care about your fucking spring, you demon bitch. Go swim in it. But I'm not thirsty.
This is the only water source for miles.
I don't give a flying fuck.
Drink now so that you'll not expire in the desert.
I'll expire you. Hey, the censorship is gone. I'm gonna fucking say whatever fucking want, you fucking fuck. As I was saying, various desert rocks, plants, and critters surround you. Impressive mesas loom on the horizon. A scantily clad female squirms invitingly beside the spring. Mitra Demoness is a scantily clad female with streaming black hair. Aside from her other endowments, she possesses a long pointed tail that she whips around threateningly. She occasionally glances at you and smiles coyly.
Drink from the spring, lest my wrath induces me to drown you in it.
You're trying to trick me into doing something, right?
Fool. The water in the spring can do you no harm. Drink now or forever hold your peace.
I've got your number, foul temptress.
You're not leaving here before I'm done with you, mundane.
I'm getting hungry. What do we eat?
Gurgle, gurgle, glop.
Oh no, the butter has melted. It's hard to imagine exactly where you'd spread the butter on Mitria. The butter has become a gooey fluid mass covering her belongings. Ugh. Darn it.
You'll never know the pleasures you've just refused, foolish boy. There. The barrow will now open for you, stupid mundane. I hope you and your lizard princess have fun groveling around in the dirt.
I don't think it was the, that it was the cherry bomb that did it. I'm gonna load the horse with no name. Still got the butter in the buttercup.
Yes, Doug? All this Yes, Dug. A door.
Almost.
Yes, Dug. If you say so, Dug. This whole door thing is a little upsetting, not to mention stumbling into the void from which there is no known escape. I'm not sure what I believe. We may be done for.
Okay, Miss Doom and Gloom, take a look at this. Door! Taking a look of permanence. Oh yeah, they have made Planet Coaster 2. Is it released now?
I believe we've somehow...
Earth, huh? That sounds familiar. There's lots of desert stuff around here.
Come drink from this.
Especially this one. Can you tell me how to get inside the barrow over there?
That ancient barrow mound is full of nothing but cobwebs, dust, and dirt. Why would you want to go digging around in there, Dug?
Because it's there, because it seems like the only way out of here, because I don't know, I always wanted to explore barrow. Because I wanna.
I strongly advise against it. Those old barrows are filled with things that make even a demoness cringe. Have a drink from the spring instead.
That makes a demoness cringe? You mean it's got clothing in there? Hey, Timber. Something looks funny about that spring.
Funny? In what way?
It's glistening in an unnatural way. I was just guessing since everything around here is dangerous. It's glistening in an unnatural way.
Nonsense. This water is as pure as you'll find anywhere in Xanth.
Where?
Trust me, drink.
Anywhere. Why should I?
Because I'm asking you nicely, my beautiful mundane.
Don't do it, Dug. That water is incredibly dangerous.
I'd rather talk to that lizard, or whatever desert creature, than a demoness. Gotta say anything? It's a small spring glistening in the desert sunlight.
Yes, Dug?
What's with Matri and the spring princess?
She wants you to drink from the love spring. This would cause you to fall helplessly in love with her. You would then be unable to win the game.
Huh. Why would she want to mess with me?
Anyone is fair game, Dug. So you're as good as anybody when it comes to falling for Metria's devious tricks. I can't think of any reason for choosing you unless someone's trying to keep you from winning the game.
Like who?
Like the creatures who dreamt up this crazy game.
You mean someone's running the game without my knowledge? Yeah, who did dream up this stupid game? What creatures are you referring to? You mean someone's running the game without my knowledge?
I've said too much already. If I told you any more, you'd probably be disqualified or lose me as a companion.
Well, thanks for what you have told me. It could come in handy. Yeah, she cannot break the fourth wall too much. I wonder if the demons of Earth and Xanth are supposed to be like the images of the developers, like the director and main programmer.
Drink from the spring, lest you die of thirst in the desert.
I'd rather drink the freaking sand. How do you know it's safe?
I've used a water test kit and I've drunk from it myself. Does that assuage your concerns about this wonderful spring?
No, this is a lava spring. I refuse to drink.
Don't you like love, Doug? Just think of the possibilities. You, me, nada. Scratch that, just you and me.
No, that's forced love. That's not real life, so... Don't bother me while I think of the possibilities. Demons don't like threesomes, huh?
Not with Nagas, Doug. Those tales are unnerving.
Wouldn't think that you would be so discriminating. I mean, you're supposed to be a demoness. No discrimination. You just want love. You ain't getting none here, bitch.
Drink from the spring, lest my wrath induces me to drown you in it.
You tried to trick me into doing something, right?
Fool. The water in this spring can do you no harm. Drink now or forever hold your peace.
I'm too foolish to drink. What piece? My One Piece? Let me go get the Monkey D. Luffy and the others. The Straw Hat Pirates. Would you like some tea? Or some butter? I'll butter you up, alright. Actually, scratch it. I'll throw you into the water myself. Kiss, grab, or chase? Can't believe those are the choices. Can I open Mitria? Put Mitria on the road. Mitria can't be taken. Aww. That would really hurt. That's the point. You'd certainly lose the sword if you tossed it into the love spring.
You'll never know the pleasures you've just refused, foolish boy. There. The barrow will now open for you, stupid mundane. I hope you and your lizard princess have fun groveling around in the dirt.
Well, she's a Naga, she's used to it. It's open, alright. The darkness. It looks very dark in there. The dark. Remember that movie, Bennigan? They haven't shown that in a long time. The darkness. I mean, it's just called The Dark. But the most of the music is the two voices that's going. It's fucking annoying. One of the dumbest monster movies ever. You're in a dimly lit chamber within an ancient barrow. An echo reverberates through the barrow. Nada is afraid. Oh no, not a Gru. Hopefully there aren't any rodents of unusual size in here. But then again, I don't believe in them. The torch burns brightly with a seemingly inexhaustible fuel supply. Can I take it?
Yes, Doug?
Are we gonna find some Fremen in here? Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Well, if I did get a Wampus, I would get money out of it. Hey, who turned on the lights? Wait a minute, the lights are still on. Nana, where are you? I can't see anything. I'm terribly afraid. Although the torches continue to burn, you are surrounded by an eerie darkness.
I wonder what happened. I couldn't see anything except the torches, but they were burning brightly.
Most peculiar indeed.
All this activity has gotten me quite thirsty. Let's go back to that spring and get a drink.
Wait a minute, you want to drink from the lava spring with me?
Yes, let's go there right away.
Nana grabs your arm and drags you out of the barrow.
Yes, Doug? Drink from the spring, Doug. I was wrong before. This water is completely safe to drink.
But you just told me it was dangerous to drink here, princess.
I can't imagine what I was thinking when I told you that, Doug. Just have a bit of water. You look parched.
I am at your command, princess. I will drink. Yeah, I'm a little thirsty. Can I think about this for a while? But it isn't like you to switch positions so quickly. But you said it was dangerous not 5 minutes ago.
It was only a momentary lapse, Doug. Why don't you have a draft from the spring with me?
Well, there are reasons why. One of them being that you're not nada.
Don't you feel like joining me in the water, Doug? I think you'd enjoy bathing with me, wouldn't you?
Well, if you were the real Nada, for sure. Yes, you're right. I would. Do you know underwater ballet? I'm sure I've heard bad things about that spring. I think I'll sit this one out, princess. Hey, why are you trying so hard to get me into that spring?
I'm not. I just thought you'd enjoy a little break from your silly game.
Yeah, that is definitely something that she wouldn't say. Ah-ha-ha! Look at that!
So, you saw through my disguise, you impotent mundane.
Yeah, fuck you!
May you wander through Xanth without aid, foolish boy. You'll never know the wondrous pleasures you would have enjoyed with me.
Oh, trust me, I would have. But I'm not prepared to die by snoo just yet. I knew it was you all the time, wicked woman.
It's easy to say that now that I've revealed my disguise to you. I think you just weren't man enough to make the best of an excellent opportunity.
Or maybe I'm smarter than you look. I mean, I'm smart. Nada never would have acted like that.
Of course not. Nada would have sighed a lot, and done the proper thing. Or done some disgusting thing with that hideous tail. I don't understand what you see in her.
Well, let's see. She's blonde, she's got great legs, she's got big tits, a great form, and she's nice. Being nice is the best attribute. Hey, what did you do with Nada?
That's a good question, dolt. But just to show you how merciful I am, I'll lend you this little homing device to find her. The higher the number, the closer you'll be to her.
Thanks. It's a red box with a purple button and a gauge with a needle. The switch is off and the needle is pointing to 0. Anybody else think that we should go back to the barrow? It's pointing to 4. Find zip. Nothing. Nada. Ah. It went down. Alright. No, not that way. Uh-huh. This way. It's at 6. And it went down. 7. 6. So she's behind this wall. We need to get around it. They sound like the flapping of wings is audible nearby. A footfall like that of rodents is barely audible. An echo reverberates through the barrow. Huh. You're standing in a dimly lit chamber with an ancient barrow with 4 torches flickering on the stone walls. A single archway opens on the western wall. An echo reverberates through the barrow. Switch is on and the needle is pointing to 9. A stone pestle lies on the barrel floor. Huh. The pestle is a sturdy stone handle with a rounded end. So where's the mortar? Just a warm air rushes through the passage. A drop of water winds down one wall. I'm just not reading the text. If it says that there's something on the floor or such, then I'll change the view. A metal switch. You flip the switch up and another switch appears on the barrel wall. What? Eh? Why? We're gonna be here forever, aren't we? You flip the switch up, but no other switches appear on the barrel wall. Guess we're done with that then. Walking through walls is strictly prohibited within the barrel. Wow. A winding wow. A stone plaque hangs on the western wall. The stone plaque hangs from a rusty nail. There are some indentations on its surface. Running your fingers over the stone plaque, the only thing you are able to spell out is the word Mac. You tried to pull the plaque from the wall, but I found it to be immensely heavy. Back. It's a warm metallic pad embedded in the floor of the barrow. Yeah, not gonna get on that. I need to find her first. You step closer to the mirror and study it closely. In a moment, another inexplicable image is revealed to you. You see a girl who looks a bit like Kim floating on a raft.
Does Kim ask you as many questions as she asks me, Jenny?
She's just curious, Cyrus. It's a sign of intelligence. But shh, look, she's starting to daydream.
This part of the river always makes us mermen sad, Jenny. Did you know that these bubbles are filled with things that people have thrown away or abandoned?
You mean someone has abandoned that poor dog? What's going to happen to him?
There is no return from the river of forgetfulness. I'm afraid that the dog is doomed.
Isn't there anything we can do about it?
It's Kim's daydream, Jenny. She is the only person who can take action. All we can do is watch.
Doggy!
Look, Cyrus, she broke the bubble and saved the dog.
Hooray!
She is an exceptional girl, Jenny. Not only is she smart, but she is compassionate too. You must have enjoyed being her companion.
She's okay for a mundane, I guess. She's kind of impulsive and very headstrong. But all in all, maybe she's not so bad.
Well, take good care of her, Jenny. I'd hate to see her disappointed if she doesn't win the prize.
Don't worry, we're still ahead. Dug is catching up, but he'll never make it to Humphrey's castle ahead of us.
Sure about that? Nothing about the river of forgetfulness in there. Look in the mirror. You see yourself. Can I take the mirror? You tried to pry the mirror off the barrel wall, but it doesn't budge. Alright. Those have been the all the places I've been to so far. Oh, going the wrong way. I go all the way back here. Huh. Where am I supposed to go now? Well, she's definitely here somewhere. And that's the only room that we haven't been able to get to. Oh, so welcome back, Gabriel. I wonder if there's some kind of a trick with the switches that I was trying to use before. You flip the switch down and it melts into a flat metal plate. The metal plate is a flat, shiny surface. The metal plate seems firmly attached to the barrel wall. I could do that with all the switches. You flip the switch down and it melts into a flat metal plate. The strange plates melt into the wall and a large glowing button takes their place. Red buttons are a bad idea. You push the huge red button and the barrel wall begins to vibrate. The wall of the barrel opens up, revealing a set of stairs. Wow, where'd the door come from? So that's what this arrow meant. It told me that, hey, there's a way down. You're in a false-spelling dungeon. Nada Naga is chained to the wall.
Don't look at me in this state, Dug.
I'm sorry, but I can't help it. How come? My eyes are sealed. What happened?
That foul demon has trapped me in this horrible place. In my attempts to free myself from these chains, I've exhausted myself, ending up stuck in my Naga form in a less than princessly position.
But you're beautiful. You look terrible. You remind me a little of Godzilla. Harsh. But I like the way you look right now, especially the hair. Without looking, I can't do much to help you. You look hurt. Are you okay?
You looked. You impudent young man. I specifically told you not to.
What's the big deal about a little peak? And what's the big deal about a rounded peak? I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Please forgive me.
That's it. I'm done playing this stupid game, demons. Do you hear me, wraiths? You can find another companion for this irreverent mundane. I quit.
Is that a game over?
You should have listened to Nada's request, Dug. She is a princess, you know. You've lost the game.
It's a fucking game over.
I'm afraid you've lost the game.
Yes! Love it. Okay, gotta be careful with what I say. Make sure that I don't say anything about her looks. Chained to the dungeon wall.
Don't look at me in this state, Dug.
My eyes are sealed. What happened?
That foul demon has trapped me in this horrible place. In my attempts to free myself from these chains, I've exhausted myself, ending up stuck in my Naga form in a less than princessly position.
Without looking, I can't do much to help you.
Just do as you're told and remember not to look at me.
Okay, what do you wish for me?
Check out the manacles binding my wrists. I'm sure there's an easy way to uncuff them. Mitria had me locked up in a second. And remember, don't even think of looking at me in this state.
I would never think of that. At least Dug wouldn't. I'm staring the shit out of her. Okay, I'll check out the manacles. The metal manacles clamped around Nada's wrists are attached with chains to fixtures on the dungeon wall. Can I use the T as a lockpick? It just wouldn't make sense to put the T on something like that. Hey, don't look over here, you hear from the vicinity of one of Nada's arms. You pound away at the manacles for a while, then getting tired of the grind, you give up.
That's blue agony moss, Dug. Don't touch it. It eats right through anything it touches.
Anything?
Everything except glass, I believe. It's especially good at quickly eating through metal things.
I'm not having such bad time about the maze, obviously. Something else, I just noticed how confusing those two messages in a row could be, and I found it funny. Awesome.
Hey, just be careful with that moss, and don't say I didn't warn you.
Well, you did. So... Anybody seen a glass container around here? It's the lovely pink gown that Nada wears when she's in her human form. It's lying on the ground. Hey, mundane dunce, you hear from the vicinity of one of Nada's arms. Should be calling me a dunce. Dink. Hey, look at me, you hear from the vicinity of one of Nada's arms. But you told me not to look at you. You tried to think of a way of putting the sword on the manacles, but failed utterly. Can I use the plastic? I can't use the plastic. You pound away at the plastic wrap for a while, then getting tired of the grind, you give up. You started to put the anchor on the manacles, but realized it won't do any good. A spiral staircase winds from the dungeon back up at the main level of the barrow. I haven't seen any glass containers. And the best option that we have is the plastic. Did not do anything. You sniff the dungeon wall and detect a sour, acrid odor. Hey, don't look over here, you hear from the vicinity of one of Nada's arms. I'm not looking at you. You'll need to pick some up before you can put it on the manacles. Nada's dress is about 29 sizes too big for you. You have an idea? Wasn't this supposed to find her? Nada's rescue is your prime concern right now. Returning to the barrow above won't further that cause. I mean, she's calling me a dunce and everything. I don't think this is Nada. Yet again, it must be Mitria. I mean, she keeps saying, hey, look at me, and calling me a dunce and everything.
Yes, Doug?
What do you think we should do now, Nada?
Find a way of freeing me. Quickly.
Okay, do you have any idea how I can lock these manacles?
Not really. Mitria was talking a lot in a strange language when she was chaining me to this wall. But I didn't notice any keys or locks.
But who was she talking to?
I don't know. Please get me out of these manacles, and don't look at me in this condition.
Why not try attaching the anchor to your left ear? The barrow dungeon is of similar construction to the barrow above. The ingenious high-tech devices you use to gain entry lead to a low-tech, odorous chamber. Blue moss grows at various places along the dungeon's walls. Nodinaga's arms are bound to steel manacles attached to the wall. You know, Vanagon, I think you're right about that idea. So I'm gonna load up red buttons are a bad idea and go to that mirror. See if I can actually break it. Usually breaking a mirror is not a good idea, but here it's a great idea. Use the pistol with the mirror. You pound away at the mirror for a while, getting tired of the grind, you give up. So, not the answer. I never tried this. Get on. You step on the metallic pad and feel an electrical jolt and find yourself within another barrow chamber. It's a teleporter. Huh. Ah, that's the exit of the barrow. Certainly. A stone mortar! There it is. The shallow stone mortar contains nothing. That's how we get the moss. It's with the mortar. Has to be. Not impossible for the game to leave you Walking Dead, but so far game has been really good avoiding those. I got a feeling though that if you don't... I do wonder if there is a way of actually, like with many Sierra games, that there might be soft lock moments if you don't get an item, like from long before. Like, we still haven't found any use for the tea or the cherry bomb, but I got a feeling that at some point they will become very useful. And if I hadn't picked them up... That's true, but we don't really have any pencil or anything to get the writing on the paper, but hey, you never know. The thought of rubbing the brown paper with the stone plaque makes you uneasy. Coal or anything? It's already flat. Go flatten something else. You press the flattened paper against the plaque and punch the small hole in it with the nail. The paper hangs directly in front of the stone plaque. Now we need to grind something into dust. So we can spread it on there. Get the writing. You insert the pestle into the mortar and grind for a bit. You eventually tire of this pointless activity. What could you possibly accomplish by putting the plastic wrap in the border? I don't know, crumpled plastic. Well, let's see what happens here. If we can use the border and pestle on this.
Don't look at me. That foul. Just do it. Check out. That's blue agony moss. Everything except glass.
Well, I'll be.
Just be careful with that moss.
The blue moss would eat right through the border, rendering it useless.
You looked.
What's the big deal about a rounded peak?
That's it.
You should have looked. I'm afraid.
You push the hooch red button again and nothing happens. So what do we rub to get that text? A stone plaque hangs on the western wall, covered by a piece of brown paper. I still say that that is not Nanda. Because Metria did say that the finder should be finding her, and it's all the way up when we get over here. Like, this is the maximum it goes. In that room. And when we go downstairs there with the half-naked princess, it's barely at 1. There's nothing there. And it is in my instinct that there is some way that we can get in there. Gotta be. I don't know if I missed something somewhere. Can I actually leave here? I can't. There is an arrow that would take me further. That path leads toward the open desert and certain death. Ah. Gotcha. In other words, no point. This door is ajar. No, it's still a door. Carefully inspecting the door ajar, you fail to find a sufficient handhold. Heh. I mean, I get the joke, but you're standing in a dimly lit chamber with blah 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 blah. A single archway opens on the southern wall. A door stands ajar before you. So, not even an exit, it's just a joke? I mean, I get the joke, yeah. When it's a door, not a door. When it's ajar. Okay, UHS. I need you. Got any hints for this? Seeing as the door is ajar, you fail to find the lid. Wait a minute, it... No. 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 You reach out to take the door. When your fingers touch its wooden surface, door disappears. A small empty jar takes its place. Buns! Goblin just gave me the realization. Yes, that's the glass jar. The fucking door. A massive ironwood tree blocks the entrance to the room to the north. It's an empty jar. Well, at least now we have the container so we can get that fucking mouse. With this game, we really do need to think with puns. It's all puns. And also, this has to be the real Nana, because why would I even think that Demetria would be telling me the truth? That the higher the number, that's where she is, and I can't even get to her because the number 9 had nothing in there, so this is her. Like, duh, I'm an idiot. Hubba hubba, baby.
Don't look at me. That foul demon has trapped me in this horrible place. Just do it. Check out. That's blue agony moss, Dug. Everything...
No way.
Hey, just be careful with that.
The jar isn't even open. I'm sorry. Open the jar. You open the empty jar and gaze around inside it for a moment. There, we got blue moss. You scoop a bit of the blue moss off of the dungeon wall into the jar. And now we use it on the manacles. The blue moss is much too caustic to be applied accurately in the current situation. It almost certainly hurt Nada's hands in the process. Oops. Didn't mean to empty it. The jar was clearly made for collecting moss or small insects. Okay. Now we gotta figure out how to use the blue moss to free her. Apparently the books are filled with these sorts of puns, I can imagine. Yeah, that's the idea, but how? There are no visible locks or hinges on the steel manacles. I can't go back up. We're stuck here. The only thing we can do now is try to rescue her with everything we got. I mean, now that we got the blue moss, we apparently cannot just put it there. So we gotta think of a way to... Rest assured that you've got all the blue moss you'll ever need. There isn't any way to jam the blue moss inside the buttercup. But the butter is protected from your fumbling activities by the buttercup. Why don't you hold on to the blue moss for use on something better than the butter? The Nada Finder is your only chance of finding Nada. Don't let it out of your sight. She's right there. If we cannot use it just straight on there. I have no idea. No idea. How do I free Nada?
Yes, Dug?
What do you think we should do now?
Find a way of
Okay, do you have any idea?
Not really. Mitria was talking a lot in a strange language when she was chaining me to this wall, but I didn't notice any keys or locks.
But who was she talking to?
I don't know. Please.
Hey, over here you hear from the vicinity of one of Nada's arms. It's not her talking then. There's somebody invisible here. There's gotta be a way for us to find out who. And we know exactly who it is. But how do we find out? Talk to the chains. Maybe that is the case. You politely ask the medicals to let Nada go. Alright, the irritated but polite medicals respond. Here you go. Fucking hell!
Wait for a moment while I get dressed, Doug.
Just needed to be nice to the manacles. For fuck's sake! Okay, I'm looking away.
Too late. I'm already dressed. You freed me and protected my honor, Doug. My respect for you has increased a notch. You seem to be a generally good mundane. I will continue to try to assist you in your quest for the prize.
You're a generally good naga too, as far as I can tell. Yes, please help. I really want to get that. No, I really want to get that and get at that prize. No problem, princess. I was only doing my job. You feel thirsty? I know a quiet place to sit and chat. I'm thirsty. How about you? Would you care to go for a quick swim, princess? No, none of those. Yes, please help. I really want to get that prize.
Now that I'm free, there's still at least a chance of claiming the prize. Let's get busy.
A whole book series, apparently. The door retracts to its original position. Alright. So I'm guessing that now that we're done with that we can go to the iron wooded tree and just melt it. And we still got this.
Yes, Doug?
The thought of rubbing the brown paper with the blue moss makes you uneasy. I wonder if we can come back here. I mean, I have saved. You empty the contents of the jar onto the ironwood tree. Nothing happens at first, but you soon hear a sizzling and cracking sound, and the massive tree is gradually eaten away by the caustic moss. When it's completely gone, only a residual slime remains. Ew. This puddle of the iron residue remaining from your moss application. That jar was clearly made for collecting moss or small insects. Alright. A small blue gem emerges from within the hilt of the sword and glows slightly.
I think we must have moved beyond the region of Earth, Doug. This area feels more like the region of fire.
First void, then earth, now fire. This is really weird.
Not really, Doug. That's the order I'd expect to find them in, heading south toward the gap.
What gap?
A gigantic chasm divides northern and southern Xanth. We're on the northern side of this chasm, which we call the gap. Humphrey's castle lies on the southern side of the gap.
How many more regions are there before we get to the chasm, Nada?
Well, let's see. The next one would be water. And the one after that is air, and I guess that's the last one.
You're walking down a long tubular tunnel. An oppressive heat emanating from the end of the tunnel distorts your view. Not a hiccups. I would think that we can find some coal around here. Also, one of the 5 forbidden regions, Earth is an unstable terrain, constantly quaking beneath your feet. No, it wasn't. The lava flows of the region of fire are visible from within Earth, and this area is typified by rock plants and sturdy plants of many varieties. The region of fire is surrounded by a flaming border that can only be passed by traveling beneath it underground. Forest fires, lakes of boiling lava, and firestorms rage here. Plants are short-lived and hardy. The region of air is one of the 5 forbidden regions directly south of Ogrefen. Inside the region, dust storms and big winds rule. Tornadoes and cyclones create a dangerous wind that can rip the flesh from one's body. Yikes. Near the border of air, winds prevail, although to a lesser degree. The forbidden region of water is dominated by rain, sleet, and snow. Water in all its forms abounds here. Dry land is nearly impossible to find. On its fringes live many mermen, mermaids, and tridents. The gap, while once protected by a powerful forget spell, is now commonly known to stretch from the west to the east coast of Xanth. It is very deep and may be crossed by either of 2 footpaths or 3 bridges, one of which is invisible. The gap is guarded by the Gap Dragon, a giant steamer with 6 legs and an appetite for fresh meat. Delightful. The path leading through the searing tunnel is restrictive, leading to a single opening at the far end. Nothing in this long and hot tunnel looks familiar. The heat increases dramatically as you approach at the end of the tunnel. Strange rock formations extend from the tunnel's ceiling. At least we can still return. You stand before a bubbling lake of lava. A narrow path leads off to the southeast. Not a brushes against you. Huge rock formations hang from the ceiling near the massive opening. You can't take the stalactites. The end of the tunnel pulses with the oranges and reds of intense heat. Oh. The pointed rock is positioned between the path and the molten lake. You gaze in horror at the lake of molten rock. Now and then a bubble slowly forms and bursts. The path becomes a dangerous path of rocks jutting up from boiling lava as it leads away to the southeast. It's hard to judge the size of the opening in the cave ceiling from here, but it looks quite large enough for you to fit through. Light from a bright sky shines through the opening, illuminating that section of the cave. Standing above the molten pool, intense heat strikes your face, causing you to involuntarily look away. The pool narrows in one spot, allowing movement to the other side. Even further ahead, you can see a well-worn path that rises toward the cave ceiling. A small section of the ceiling is missing just above the point where the path ends. Isn't it lovely that in video games they can actually walk in rooms of lava? Not to mention also in really bad movies. A molten man emerges from the lava lake. No, that was a dog. Hey, it's a fireman. Put some clothes on, man. Literal fireman. The man is made of completely out of molten lava. He seems to have a small drinking problem. It's the hottest dog you've ever laid eyes on. You feel a little hungry and you're a little afraid he is too. The dog lowers its head and growls menacingly at you. The dog snarls angrily at you as you turn toward the fireman. You step back in fear of the molten hound. The opening in the side of the pointy rock would have been caused by something falling from above. There's nothing inside it. The pointy rock is positioned between the path and the molten lake. Part of it has broken loose, revealing an open cavity. You're picking your way carefully through the few large stones above the lava current. A path leads uphill to the northeast. A large oven with a cracked opening extends from the pool. A weird fireman and an equally strange dog have risen from the pool. So I need to cook something for you? The oven is positioned between the path and the molten lake. Part of it has broken loose, revealing an open cavity. It's an oven. It's the door you entered this game from. It leads back into the tunnel that ascends to the barrow. You gaze in horror. Got any coal that I could use? Oh.
Yes, Doug?
You look uncomfortable, Nada. What's the problem?
It's hot in here. I feel that I'm about to expire.
Why don't you put your hair up in a bun?
Really? What makes you say that?
I don't know. It just popped into my head.
Are you really sure you want my hair up in a bun?
Yep. Yes. Uh-huh. Maybe? No. Stop. Yes.
If you insist. You're really going to owe me for this one, Dug Mundane. Here you go.
Nada puts her hair up in a bun and hands it to you for safekeeping. You have got to be fucking kidding me. It's a hot dog bun. The molten hound barks loudly at you, baring its teeth. The dog snarls angrily at you as you turn toward the fireman. I think I need to put it in the oven first. Why burn the bun in the oven? It smells like a hot dog bun. They really did record a dog. A lot.
Yes, Doug?
What do you think we should do now?
I've got it. A hot dog would be afraid of a bun if it looked like you were really going to use it.
A loaded hot dog bun. Now I've heard everything.
Can you think of a way of convincing that hound you mean business?
Of course. How could I be so foolish? I'm working on it. No, I can't. I feel worthless a week. could I be so foolish? Eh? What? I don't know. Fill the jar with lava? Yeah, right. Put a T on a bun? Are you crazy or something? I don't know, I'm just trying. Nothing could be as permanently open as the hot dog bun. Hot dog buns are very dangerous. You wouldn't want to risk it. The oven is cracked and therefore permanently open. The opening is forever open, an eternal cavity, an unwavering vacuum, an everlasting hole! Yeah, we get it. Thanks. Somebody went through the thesaurus. So how do we convince? How do we convince the dog that we're about to eat it? I mean, I don't remember ever seeing anything that looks even slightly like a hot dog. Maybe we're missing something from the hot dog, like a hot dog. I'm gonna look up a little bit of a help. Using a, you know, to butter on it. I have... Never, ever would I have figured this out.
Yes, Doug?
Apparently, I can do this.
Do you want to save before you return to your native land?
I just want to get back to the kitchen. I'm hungry.
As you wish, Doug. I will stand on this very spot until you return.
How are things going in there?
It's indescribable.
Well, I hope to see you back very soon. Don't spend too much time poking around in that mundane world of yours.
Apparently, we can take a break from the game and go into the real world like this. And there are items that we can take with us. I'll take the tea bag, just in case. Can I take the towel? Just a picture of a hand towel. The real ones are stacked inside the cabinets that can't be opened. Wash the dishes. This is already about as clean as they're going to get. Appears to be jammed or frozen shut. So what do you guys see in this fridge? It's a closed yellow plastic bottle of mustard. You appreciatively gaze upon the peanut butter and jelly sandwich in your midst. Take it. Take it to heart. Let it rot. Yep. We were supposed to get everything from the fridge, especially the mustard.
Greetings again, Mundane.
Yeah, let's do it. And lo and behold, at least we have the mustard and the tea bag. Oh yeah, the pencils. Damn it. Maybe they can be used further. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Just like this makes sense. This is getting ridiculous, alright.
Yes, Doug? Do you want to... As you wish.
How are things?
Fair.
Well, I hope to see you back.
The pens and pencils are so tightly jammed in the pen holder that you can't seem to extract one. So much for that idea. Welcome back, room, Bubba. Despite your best efforts, you can't get the window to budge.
Greetings again.
Oh yes, I most certainly am. Squirt the mustard on the bun. You'll have to unscrew the cap first.
Back so soon, Doug. I was just getting used to the peace and quiet.
Can you direct me to the 36th Street station? I guess you must have forgotten how much fun I am to be with. You unscrew the small cap and open the mustard jar. You squirt a healthy serving of mustard onto the bun. The hot dog, disturbed by the presence of the loaded bun, melts into the lake, yelping in distress. Yipe, 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 yelp, 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 yelp.
How do you do? It's a pleasure to meet you, laddie.
Never would have expected of Irish fireman. Are you stuck in there or what?
Stuck in where, laddie?
Stuck in that lava stuff.
About as stuck as you are out there, I suppose. You wouldn't happen to have any booze on you, would you?
Pretty wimpy dog, huh?
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with the word wimpy, Sonny. Is it a kind of mundane dog? If so, yes, he is a beautiful wimpy.
So what's your accent? At times you sound like you're supposed to be Irish, then you sound like you're from, like, Tennessee or something, and then sometimes Minnesota. Pick an accent and just stick with it. Does anything interesting ever happen here?
Occasionally. My ancestors have long told the legend of Mac, a fearless traveler like yourself, trapped once within this cavern. With pyrotechnics and wit, he managed to pass through the wall of fire ahead.
Isn't the name Mac that we saw in the text? That was the only thing we could read. Where can I find this Mac you mentioned?
Mac's been dead for centuries, son. He's only a legend, and I have no way of authenticating it. I was told the story by my grandfire mother when I was a wee fire youth.
So he really is a lava man. But how did the Mac actually escape this cavern?
Some say that Mac hurled an explosive device that actually cracked the firewall, spreading the flames for a moment so he could pass through.
Good thing I got a cherry bomb. 10 points. It's a hot dog bun with some mustard on it. We really need to figure out how to... I was thinking the tea bag. No. Has to be something else. Any hints on helping here? Maybe it's something we go forward? Let me actually check the region of Earth. Maybe there's an explanation if we can actually read this. Huh. Nothing about that. Ah, there it is. There's the plaque. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. So it might be something that we get up ahead in the region of fire. So we'll just keep on going until we find something. I think it was a good idea for us to try at least the pencil, but it didn't work, so... Maybe there is, like, coal or something here. It would make sense, because it's a region of fire. Just gotta find it. Oh! You're standing before an impenetrable wall of fire. A piece of charcoal lies on the ground. There it is. The path rises toward the ceiling here as you stand before an impenetrable wall of fire. In the distance, you can clearly see an opening in the cavern ceiling. The path ends ahead just below it. A piece of charcoal lies on the ground beside the firewall. It's a charred piece of wood lying on the path. You take the charred wood. And now we got our ways of rubbing. Rub it in, will you? There we go. Carefully run the charcoal back and forth against the surface of the brown paper, producing a rubbing of the previously illegible plaque. You take the brown paper from the stone plaque. Max Sure Firecracker Mix. A tasteful blend of flour and fire water baked to a golden brown to your dining enjoyment. So we need to find some flour and fire water and bake them in the oven. It's all puns here, Lisa. Welcome to the most ridiculous punny game ever. Like, this, many solutions to these problems is just puns. Puns. It has been getting ridiculous. I mean, we don't mind puns, but... oh boy. This is, has been testing our patience a little bit. I mean, you can tell it from the save names that we got Hubba Hubba Baby, Fire, Fire. This is getting so ridiculous that this is very ridiculous. Oh. Oh, this is. Apparently it's based on books of the same name, or at least the World of Xanth, and apparently the books are filled with these kind of puns. Just filled. And now I gotta figure out where I can get flour and fire water to bake something in the lava room oven. We scared a literal hot dog, a dog made of molten lava, with a mustard hot dog bun. Yeah, because it got scared that we were gonna eat it. Not to mention that the way that we got ourselves a glass jar was there was a door that was ajar. And all I needed to do was pick up the door. And it turned into a glass jar because it was already in. See the puns? Oh, they hurt. So, flour and fire water. Fire water usually stands for either booze or lava. Yep. Well, the shackles that needed to be asked nicely. Yeah, there was the lady companion that we have here, Nada.
Yes, Doug?
This lovely lady who was actually a Naga. She was shackled to the wall, and the shackles didn't have any locks or hinges on them. And they were whispering to us and calling us names. It took me a long time to realize that this was the case, and then Gunfutsu just said, how about you talk to them? And we asked nicely to release her, and they did. Yeah, in the beginning there's 4 choices of companions, but she's the only one who actually can help you because the other 3 gets you killed immediately at the beginning. That is how ridiculous this game has been. And that's only just the first layer of the cake. This game is just so filled with puns. And I'm actually been loving it and hating it at the same time. I mean, especially it was the shackles and the door that really got to me. Like, I even went like, God damn it, game! It was a funny, raging reaction.
that I was hating it, but I was also loving it at the same time.
Now, why would you be handing this to me, laddie?
I want you to take a piss at it.
Now, why would you...
Up. The fireman hands you a strange small wineskin. It's a small brown wineskin with 3-letter X's on it. We got the fire water. Where do we get the flour? The fireman snatches the wineskin back from you. God damn it.
Now, why would... Now, why would...
You pour some of the hooch into the mortar. Up. Hang on to the firewater. Without it, you're hosed. Fireman snatches the wineskin back from you. The shallow stone mortar contains some firewater. Damn. I didn't even ask. He just gave it to me. I just needed to wait. Because he did ask for booze earlier, and of course he already has some. Bastard. Now we just gotta figure out where do we get the flour. And also, I mean, Bennigan is already explaining some of the puns that is in the game. How do you think, Lisa, we got the hot dog bun? We can go back to the real world. This is like a video game in the video game. But thinking of puns, how would you get this bread? I got a feeling, Bennigan, that the flour might be a flower. A hair bun. I asked Nada to put her hair into a bun. And it turned into a hot dog bun. See what I mean about the fucking puns? And I thought the ice and sugar pun in the Cosmic Space Head was stupid. This game is... Can't wait to see more puns in the ice and water regions. Still, I don't think I can use the buttercup. Or can I? It was the buttercup! There! I made some dough! It's some cracker dough that that's... Ah! We're making crackers out of it! Of course! That's how you make it explode! It's a cracker! Get it? You really don't need to do that to the cracker dough. I mean, the puns for the puzzles is enough. Don't make jokes. Oh no, the butter is melting in a lava area. Carefully place the border with the dough ball inside the oven. It soon glows hot red. With a couple of nearby rocks, you lift the mortar from the natural oven and set it gently on the ground. It slowly cools and you eventually pick it up. The fireman hands you the strange small wineskin. I don't need it. It's some cracker dough that's waiting to be baked. The butter has melted considerably, is now more liquid than solid. Can I spread the butter on the dough? It's hard to imagine exactly where you spread the butter on the cracker dough. The shallow stone mortar contains some gooey dough. The dough has risen and taken on a glossy yellow texture. The shallow stone mortar contains a firm, glossy yellow mound. The butter has become a gooey, fluid mass covering your belongings. The fireman snatches the wineskin back from you. The cracker has turned a light golden brown. It crumbles into dust as it cools. Amid the ashes, you find a blue firecracker.
That is an ancient firecracker of Mac, son. Be careful what you do with it. Where'd you find it, sonny?
Lying in that place where your brain would be if you had one. I'm not telling, I'm sick of being called Sonny. I'm going to commence with some firecracker presently. I think you may wish to recede at this time, Sonny. Gotta commence with some firecracker presently. Apparently frightened by the sight of Mac's cracker, the fireman melts back into the lake. A menacing arm rises from the lake and points its index finger directly at your head.
You dirty rat! You made my fireman run away. You's better get your sorry butt out of here or I was gonna shoot you.
Why, Jimmy Cagney? What the? Why did we suddenly have James Cagney in here? Like, why? Hey, where'd you come from and why are you burning mad?
I live here, okay? What did you do to my fireman?
And also, you have the worst accent. He seemed afraid when he saw this cracker I made.
What cracker, kid?
I hear some guy named Mac invented it. And they go. Apparently, they're very afraid of this. It's an unlit firecracker. Nada looks bored. Don't worry, Nada. You're not gonna be bored for long. Cookie! Light the firecracker. You light the firecracker's fuse on the firewall. Then you toss it into the raging firewall. The butter has completely melted away. In fact, you can't even find it. Is there really a long fuse, or did I miss my opportunity already? I'm gonna wait until the butter has melted completely away. There we go. Okay. The firecracker smells a little bit like gunpowder. Oh, you're standing before the impenetrable wall of fire. Nada looks at you. The cracker explodes in a brief but loud explosion, eradicating the firewall. A smoldering crevice is all that remains of the firewall. A gaping hole in the ceiling lies several feet above your head. Nada coughs. Also, nice geese flying. You gaze at the gaping, cracked opening in the cavernous ceiling. Huge rock formations hang from the ceiling near the massive opening. Pop lock and drop it. You jump toward the opening but can't even come close. You fall onto the path and perilously near the edge. Well, that's where this comes into play. You wind up and throw the hook at the gaping hole. It whistles toward the opening, makes contact with the surface, and becomes firmly lodged. 5 points. You struggle up the rope, praying that the grappling hook doesn't fail. You feel a few of your precious items falling from your pockets into the lava below, but you persist and are soon safely through the opening. Let me guess, I'm gonna lose the recipe, probably the charcoal, the hot dog bun, pestle, the finder, maybe also the jar? So all these 6 items up here. We kept the jar. All the others were gone, yeah. A small violet gem emerges from within the hilt of the sword and glows slightly.
We've done it! We've escaped the region of fire. This must be the edge of the region of water.
It just keeps getting better and better.
Are you serious, Doug? Or are you just being sarcastic?
Serious.
Good. I'm glad to see that you're gaining an appreciation of our fair land, Doug.
What a world, what a world. The rocks between you and the shore are immense, obviously from some distant Xanthian epoch. The placid body of water laps up against the peninsula, leading down to the bridge just ahead. The immaculate bridge spans the stream just a bit too wide to leap across. Small waves lap up against the side of the peninsula you're standing on. The land tapers to the width of the path in the distance as it approaches a small bridge. Beyond the bridge lie forest and a prominent mountain. Beautiful steep mountains flanked by lush verdant forests stretch out before you beyond a small bridge in the distance. You enjoy the forest and mountains immensely and hope to visit there someday. It's the sky. Your grappling hook is firmly launched in the ground, the rope hanging through the opening into the lava cave. Can I take the hook? You tried to wrest the grappling hook from the ground, but are unable to do so. Okay, it's lodged there. Don't think it's the land Doug wants to appreciate. Oh, trust me, we have appreciated Nada's lands already. When she was caught and put on those shackles in the dungeon, she was in her Naga form, which doesn't wear clothing. We definitely saw her tracks of land. Of course, tastefully covered by her hair, you know. And you can tell that
Doug?
she has huge tracts of land. stub. Pay troll. You stand before a small bridge. A strange troll in a lab coat ambles from beneath the bridge and stands directly in front of it.
Ye be a wee lad, me sees. Not much meat on the small bones to chew, and a sweet naga lass in tow, me sees. Together, the two would make a fine meal, or three.
Are you supposed to be Scottish? Two of you would make a fine meal, or three. It's, let a professional show you how to do it. You be a wee lad, missus. Not much meat on the small bones to chew. A sweet naga lass to toy, missus. Together the two would make him a fine meal, or three. No, that's a Scottish accent. Throw him a red herring. Probably not that kind of a troll, but apparently there are red herring bushes. It's in the compendium. You mean you'd actually eat us alive?
Oh yes. I'll crunch your bones and eat ye both whole. Any questions?
We're actually a pirate. Yes, I did have a question.
And what might ye question be?
Would you eat us because you're hungry or just to be mean? Which one of us would you eat first? How many Mondays have you eaten? How many Nagas have you eaten? How many other trolls have you eaten? Would you eat us just because you're hungry or just to be mean?
It is in me nature to eat passers-by. I'm not mean-tempered. I'm just doing me job.
Which one of us would you eat first?
Probably ye, Mundane. Ye would make a nice appetizer. Your Naga friend would be the main course.
How many Mondays have you eaten?
We don't get many Mundanes around here, boy. Ye would be my first.
Army mateys.
258.
Sure has a big appetite eating 258 Nagas. How many other trolls?
Trolls eat other trolls never. We don't like the taste of we. We only like to crunch on strangers like ye.
We don't like the taste of we. Well, I don't think anybody likes the taste of we, except some weirdos, perverts. I guess I don't have any more questions.
Now will ye be paying my fee?
What's this troll toll the sign mentions?
I exact a fee from every traveler who'd cross this bridge, ye see. Although some I do let pass for free.
Why do you let some pass for free?
Sometimes the mood just hits me.
Are you in the mood right now?
No.
Please don't beat us, Mr. Troll. We mean you no harm.
Give me a reason why, and then ye may not die.
We're card-carrying liberals.
Not good enough.
We possess good family values.
Not good enough.
We're generally good-natured, well-mannered adventurers.
Not good enough.
We'll do something for you for free.
For free? No fee? Yes, then ye can help me.
Name the task, and we shall perform it.
Are ye sure you'll help me?
Yes. So what do you want?
This I require of thee. I've lost a small key that is of the utmost importance to me. It's lost somewhere within my home below, but exactly where, I do not know. Bring me this key, and I'll waive my usual fee.
And I just realized he speaks in rhymes. Didn't realize it before, but... Exactly what does this key look like?
Silver it is in color, small it is in size.
You sure do talk funny, troll.
Just fetch the key, punk, or my fee ye will pay.
What does this key unlock?
The key ye seek unlocks a case in my lab. Within the case are the products of my ingenious work. If ye return the key, I may show these things to ye, but be warned, I'll only wait so long for the key.
Where is your home?
Under the bridge, as I've already told ye. Fetch me key, boy, and bring it to me lest I lose my patience with ye and exact me fee.
What if I just cross the bridge and never come back?
Oh, ye will be back, of that I am sure. You'll not get far if ye do not find me key.
Can you direct me to the gap chasm?
I haven't the foggiest, Mundane. Find me key or pay me fee.
Okay, we're off to find the key.
Good luck. Find the key and return it to me.
We're off to find the wizard, the wonderful wizard of the key. Key! Key! A key! The tall white sign has the word "Stop Patrol" painted on it in large block letters. You stand before a small bridge, the only means of proceeding forward. A simple sign planted in the ground nearby states "Stop Patrol." Water passes slowly beneath the bridge in a constant stream. Beyond the bridge you see a wooded area, and beyond that a large mountain range. Now I'm curious about that plant. So plants, more plants, more plants, more plants. Red herring bush. This dangerous shrub attracts the attention of passers-by. A large assembly of the recent victims may usually be found lying about the distinctive red bush, intent on the bush as if their lives depend on it. You're standing in the troll's lavishly decorated living quarters. A small fire warms the damp room. A classically styled statue occupies a prominent place at the foot of a staircase leading to a bedroom to the north. Stylish wooden furniture, elegant sofas, a chair, lighting, and an ornate fireplace complete the picture of this lavishly decorated living room. A medium-sized marble statue in the Greek revival style stands proudly at the foot of the staircase. Well, it's Eros or Amor. Usually Eros is the little kid. It's an abstract painting you don't much care for. The troll clearly has quite erudite tastes in art. A small fire burns away under the troll's elegant mantelpiece. A large wooden table stands in the middle of the troll's living room. Its surface is bare. There's nothing especially notable about the pillow. A sophisticated green upholstered sofa occupies the western wall of the troll's living room. You study the large opening in the western wall of the living room. From this vantage point, nothing is visible beyond it. The troll's lab is a tiny room with a wood workbench on the one wall, a metal tool locker, a sink, and a deep well. The sink is empty and the deep well is also empty. 3 colored buttons with small labels beneath them occupy a spot on the far wall. It's an ordinary looking green button. Underneath it is a plaque with the words "Open Lower" embossed on it. It's an ordinary looking blue button. Underneath it is a small plaque with the words "Open Upper" embossed on it. It's an ordinary looking red button pressed flush with the wall. Underneath it is a small plaque with the words "Close Both" embossed on it. There's all sorts of weird tools and gadgets in here you don't recognize. It's a workbench of standard design. The troll has tools arrayed on the wall before it. It's a faucet. It probably has something to do with getting water into the empty sink. The large sink contains no water. A deep circular ceramic well lies embedded in the floor of the troll's laboratory. You see a shiny metal key at the bottom of the empty well. Ah, that's where it is. The tool chest is locked. The troll lost the key to it years ago. He has long since given up on it. I know where it is. Too bad I don't have my hook and rope anymore. We gotta figure out the way to get there. Green button appears to be jammed. It won't budge. Jam. Won't budge. Stuck. You press the blue button and the red button pops back up. Huh. So what did I open up? Who knows?
Have ye found me key yet?
I'm still looking. I should have it any minute now.
Will ye best be finding it soon, or ye will see me exact me fee?
Well, not just see. I think I'm gonna be feeling it.
Yes, Doug?
Something about the troll's attitude makes you hesitant about dropping the tea in as well. You've turned the faucet on, and the sink fills with water. That is some water pressure. You shut off the faucet and the water slowly drains from the sink. Huh. If you place the jar in the empty sink, it could slip into the massive drain and be lost forever. Unlock with the tea. Opening the tool chest with the tea isn't in your cards today. Can I open the bench? The drawers shown are merely decorative. They don't open or close. What puns can we think of? Is there a Timmy? I can drop them in the well and then we get Lassie. Well, well, well. It's a well. It's a sinking ship. We have to get some water in the well. I think.
Have ye found me key?
Still looking.
Will ye best...
The troll isn't going to let you up into his bedroom. Thoughts up.
Have ye found... Will ye be...
That's the only thing we can talk to her about. Okay. Troll's fireplace is of late Victorian design. It's nice to look at, but it's probably pretty uncomfortable inside. The fire is already lit, and besides, you have had your fill of fire for the time being. Apparently I can enter the fireplace. Even Santa Claus would have the good sense not to ascend a lit fireplace. A large standing lamp occupies 1/4 of the carefully appointed living room. An ornate chandelier hangs in the center of an otherwise featureless ceiling. It casts a bright light upon the room. An elegant green upholstered chair occupies a corner in the troll's living room. You sit down and relax for about 30 seconds, but soon feel compelled to continue your quest.
Hands off, ye boy. Do you have any idea how much that painting is worth?
I haven't the foggiest. No, I'm not a connoisseur.
Hands off. It's worth a mint.
You mean you'd trade a piece of candy for the painting?
Just because it's worth a mint doesn't mean it's for sale.
Anybody got a mint? I mean, I got tea.
All I want is me key. Bring it to me lest you soon pay me fee.
We're stuck again. I'm gonna look up a hint. I mean, I'm sure I've missed out something completely obvious. Yeah, I cannot climb down the well. Would it be nice to get the hook and rope again, but... Still, I've got the idea that we need to fill the well with water. I mean, I have a jar. Alright. It's ordinary tap water. Swim in the well. If you tried to scale the vertical wall of the troll's well, you'd certainly fall to your death. You can't open the water. Can I talk to it? Hello, water. I like you a lot, you say to the basin, your right hand raised to the salute. You know, I like wells, and I know so many of them, you whisper to the deep well. Is anybody in there, you cautiously whisper, your lips pressed against the metal sides of the chest? Troll stuff doesn't inspire you to conversation. You put your mouth over the end of the faucet and talk into it with difficulty, making a complete fool of yourself. I'm sure that not eyes just looking like. What if I leave the room now?
Have ye found? Will ye best?
I hope you don't mind that I left the faucet on. Flooded yet? No. So the drain is huge. We gotta figure out how to block this or get something. to transfer the water with. Can I go above ground?
Have ye found? Will you?
Okay, I can go back up. You're standing at a 3-pronged fork in the road, not a weights. It's a huge green hose attached to a hydrant. 3 paths lead away from the fork and are individually labeled by a tall signpost. There is the long way, the wrong way, and the shortcut to success. A distant mountain looms over the forest you are wandering in. A strange hydrant stands on the edge of the water. It is turned on, smudges of water leaking from the attached hose. You force the hydrant valve shut, cutting off the flow of water. You unscrew the hose from the hydrant and coil it up for easy carrying. It's a huge green hose you're holding in your hand. The threads on the green hose are a different size than those on the faucet. Oh. There. You put one of the hose near the bottom of the sink and drop at the other end in the well. Got a feeling I gotta keep an eye out on the faucet. Or at least an eye out on the well. Not to make it overflow. The siphoned water flows through the hose and into the well. $20 points. The hose has served its purpose, allowing you access to the well bottom. Don't press your luck. Leave it alone. Okay. Hey, more water, just like the kind in the basin. Swim. You swim to the bottom of the well, recover the missing key, and resurface, feeling refreshed. The tiny key seems to have been stamped out of some light metal. The key fits the chest's lock, but you can't turn it. Maybe the troll can help.
Have ye found me key yet?
Yes, I've got it right here.
Ye have me key. Give it to me. Yes, this is
Give it to me.
Now the fun will really begin. Ye will see.
What specific fun were you referring to?
For ye second test, ye must solve one of the clever puzzles I've devised. Only when ye have solved one and shown it to me will I set ye free.
Right. So it wasn't just about the key. The troll takes the metal key and darts into his lab. He returns a few moments later carrying 3 square trays, which he arranged atop of the tables in the living room.
To attempt to solve one of me puzzles, pick it up and play with it for a while. Ye may try any of the puzzles as many times as ye wish, but I'll not let you leave until it's been done. The match puzzles are very easy, so ye must complete 3.
Huh. Matchsticks, blocks, pentominoes. The pentameters consist of a small wooden frame with 12 differently shaped wooden pieces within it. The sliding blocks are a set of wooden pieces that can be slid around within their wooden tray. The matchsticks lie within a wooden tray the same size as the other puzzles. You need to hold the sliding blocks in your hand to play with them. With hesitation, you pick up the sliding blocks. Right. Move the large block from the upper left corner to the lower left corner. Now I'm going backwards now. Okay. This doesn't really help. Or does it? No, I'm just going back again. I mean, it's not done. You put the sliding blocks back into your pocket. I'll take all of them. Let's see the pentominoes. Please select a tray. This tray must be completely filled. This tray will have 4 empty squares when filled. It's links. I can rotate them. But seriously, this is Link's. Done. And how about the matchsticks? Move 2 matches to make 2 squares. Ah. Sorry, that's not it. Oh. Next. Correct. I'll try the next one. 3 matches to make 2 squares. I've never been good with these. I remember trying these back in the day a lot, but it usually confused me a lot with the when these are like very simple. Or at least should be. There we go. 4 matches to make 2 squares. Two matches to make 3 squares. In 2 moves. Three matches to make 3 squares. Four matches to make 3. Alright. Okay, this was a little bit tougher. No, that's not it. That's it. 3 matches to make 4 squares. Four matches to make 4 squares. No, that's not it. No. Correct. 2 matches to make 5 squares. Three matches to make 5. How many of these are here? I mean, it's fun, but... Correct. Hey! You put the matchsticks back into your bucket.
A winner. Blast. I thought that puzzle would have been harder for you. Oh well. You have earned your freedom and may take the puzzle with you as well.
Thanks. You mean that's it? I can just leave?
Yep. Stay or leave. It makes no difference to me. Take this crowbar from me as well. I'm sick of it. Now buzz off, kid. You bother me.
Warner Brothers and Dot, Goblin. It's your basic garden variety crowbar. It's easy to see why the troll didn't want it. The troll takes back the puzzles you haven't earned and replaces them in their original skibber. A large aquamarine gem emerges from within the hilt. Yeah, just needed to solve one, and now I got the matchsticks. I would have liked to keep the other ones too, but I guess I didn't earn them. Bummer. Troll defeated, freedom earned. I need to take a break from the game, which means we're gonna end the stream here. I'm gonna finish this game next week.